This year, we have roughly about $13 million. We did have an additional $950,000 for the localized repairs.
This is the largest amount of money the county's ever obligated for road resurfacing.
We were a little delayed in getting the contract out, mainly because we developed a brand new multi-year contract.
And now that it's been awarded, we are issuing work orders as we speak.
Right now, we're actually spending some time doing what we're calling localized repairs, where we have some bad areas of major roadways, 486, Halls River, localized areas that have defects.
Current bid that we're working off of, PaveRight got everything that would be a mill and repave. And milling is where they go in and take off a surface of the asphalt and then put down new asphalt. They also got Open Grade, which is more of the Citrus Springs and Pine Ridge roads that have a soil cement base. So in that, they put down actually 2 courses of asphalt.
They've been issued a work order for Commission District 3, that's Pine Ridge, Citrus Springs. And they have the approval to begin work in those areas, which will begin very shortly.
Superior, in the bid that we're currently working off of, they were able to get full depth reclamation. That's where they go in and grind the road up, put in a new mixture, compact the base, and then put asphalt back over that.
There's other roads that are more in depth that are going to be happening in the next few weeks. And also we're going to start getting into these districts over the next several months up until 2025. We have another road list that they prepared. We're going to begin to circulate that with the public soon. We have to have a proactive approach to the roadway systems in Citrus County.
With the lack of road resurfacing over the past 10 years and the lack of money that's been put in, we are really behind.
Many years ago, the road resurfacing program went unfunded with $0 towards resurfacing.
In the past, the county had decided to accept all residential roads as they were built. They were supposed to be accepted only if they were built to county standards. But in past years, certain roads like Citrus Springs and Pine Ridge that were not built to county standards were accepted by the board for maintenance.
For a lot of roads in the county, they have what's called a lime rock base. Those roads, you can do a standard repair of either an inch overlay of asphalt, or if the asphalt's in rough condition, we can do what's called a mill and pave, where we just take off the top layer of asphalt and put a new layer of asphalt on top. Some roads, however, Pine Ridge, Citrus Springs, and some other communities in the county, their roads are actually built on what's called a soil cement base. That's a cement material that they built way back in the 70s. And unfortunately, those roads are not suitable to just mill and pave. Instead, the repair technique we implement is called Open Grade. A very large stone diameter held together with bituminous material, and then we top coat it with asphalt. The other technique, full depth reclamation,
that's where they go in and grind the road up, put in a new mixture, compact the base, and then put asphalt back over that.
Our residential road resurfacing, I think, grew to an unreasonable expectation of what we could do. And I think by the commitment that this board has made to funding residential road resurfacing, we can get it reasonably back to probably 25 years. We can keep that on a regular cycle of residential road repaving so we never find ourselves in this situation again. We have decided to deploy a couple of new tactics on how to get the asphalt down on the ground, and more specifically so that we have a better return on investment to our taxpayers.
The direction we received from the board is to use a worst to first approach to the roads.
the way we do it is one person evaluates the roads every 2 years. We're moving away from that system to what's called ASTM E3303, which is a long way of saying we're going to use a consultant that has a vehicle which is equipped with laser technology. So they will drive every road and it will actually laser evaluate the surface of the roadway. And it will pick up every defect, every crack, pothole, anything with the road surface will be indicated.
much like if you go to a doctor and you feel like you got something broken, possibly, they're going to give you an x-ray. We're doing the same type of thing with technology. We're going to x-ray these roads. We're going to know the conditions of them. We're going to be able to rate those and do a better job for the public with these resources and with these tax dollars.
This will allow us to better forecast and better allocate dollars for roadways using science as opposed to an opinion.
Once we have that assessment in, it will give us a forecast of what the county needs over the next 5
Where's my script? It's green this time? I'm used to yellow. I seem to be missing 3 commissioners. Hello? It says it's on. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? Thank you. I'm wearing my mermaid socks. Save Our Waters Week. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Board of County Commissioners for Citrus County. Our regular meeting today is September 10th, 2024, and it's 1 o'clock-ish, 1:02, unlike me to start a meeting 2 minutes late. We are going to start off with an invocation by Reverend George Conger. Thank you so much for joining us, Reverend. And then we are going to have the pledge led by Jeffrey Mozo, is that correct? Who is also a chaplain, I believe. And he joined the Marine Corps in 2003 and did 2 tours in Iraq, 2005, 2008, born and raised in Brevard County and moved to Citrus County in 2017. You've come to a very veteran-friendly county, and we thank you for your service and for being here today. If you're, yeah, who did that? If you are willing and able to stand, please join us.
Today as stewards of our community, entrusted with the important responsibilities of governance and service. As we begin this meeting, let us take a moment to reflect on the weight of our duties and the impact of our decisions on the lives of those we serve. We seek guidance and wisdom as we deliberate on the matters before us. May our discussions be grounded in integrity, our decisions be rooted in justice, and our actions be driven by a commitment to the common good for all residents of Citrus County. Grant us clarity of thought and unity of purpose, that we might work together effectively to address the needs of our communities. Help us to listen with empathy, speak with respect, and act with fairness. In all that we do, may we be mindful of the diverse voices and perspectives within our community, and strive to promote the well-being and prosperity of all those we represent. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. We ask you for your blessing on this meeting and all those who contribute to our shared goals. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, both gentlemen, and I think I may switch from Methodist to Episcopalian just to listen to that. Just to listen to that, Reverend. Oh my goodness. What a voice. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Can you give
what's
me
the
just
issue?
a moment? I'm not hearing anything in the stream, so we just want to make sure it's up and running for a
Yes,
second.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, if everyone could take a moment to silence their devices, I just realized mine was still on. I'm glad it didn't go off. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you so much. There is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 10th day of September 2024. In attendance are Chair Holly Davis, First Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Second Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Ruthie Schleybaugh, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Lynn.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Howard?
Yes, just a few items. Additional item E38, Adalia Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HMGP application. Also additional information just for E36, updated Section C, just move Section C to Section D. Also G2 Development Agreement for Tuscany Ranch PowerPoint presentation. Although they're not going to present today, it was just a document that they sent, and I want to make sure you all had that as a public record. And also pool items B11, property has been sold, ownership will need to be revised. Also pool item E35, additional information is required. And also pool item O1, no longer needed as there will be a quorum. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board?
Madam Chairman, what was the first pulled item?
B11,
Thank you. And then E35?
E35, correct?
And then,
O1.
O1.
thank you. Madam Chairman, move
Yes.
to approve the agenda with the additions and the pulled items.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. I'm going to look at my notes real quick because there was something I wanted to pull for discussion on. I want to make sure if it was in the, it's not in the consent. Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion on the consent agenda in its entirety or not?
Motion to approve consent agenda in its entirety.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve C1 through C5.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennard. Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm wearing my mermaid socks just for Save Our Waters Week. You join me down here?
Those representing Save Our Waters Week, if you could please come forward. Whereas the citizens of Citrus County treasure the God-given water resources of our aquifers, springs, rivers, lakes, and coastal estuaries that are interconnected essential elements of our physical situation which we share with wildlife and our beautiful, abundant plant life. And whereas we depend upon the quantity and quality of our waters for personal hygiene, home services, agriculture, business pursuits, and occupations. And whereas our waters are a highly valued recreational resource for boating, swimming, fishing, and diving. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, does hereby proclaim September 21st through the 28th as Save Our Waters Week in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 10th day of September 2024.
As always, we are so grateful for the partnership with the county. This is the 35th year for the coastal cleanup, so that is something to celebrate in itself. You know, 35 years ago, the Aquatics Department saw the vision of partnering with the Ocean Conservancy and to help keep our waterways, and it's been going on all since. And in 29 years ago, Citrus 2020 and Save Our Waters Week was asked to step in, and so next year we'll be celebrating 30 years, so stay tuned for huge celebrations on that. We have some gifts and thank yous to the commissioners, but I just want to point out, hopefully you guys are seeing all the wonderful activities that'll be starting on the 21st and going through that whole week. A lot of our boat tour operators are giving free tours out onto the water, so we'd like to get out there and support them in some form or fashion. So just be on the lookout for all these different activities. We do have a forum, a panel of 3 panelists that are coming in, and we're talking about how we can, this is a touchy subject, so everybody just hold on, how we can preserve our trees as we're going through this growth spurt. I see a lot of nods. So come on out on the 28th to the old courthouse at 3:30. Our own Commissioner Rebecca will be one of the panelists there, so we can get a perspective across the board. No pun intended. So thank you again. Thank you all again. Rebecca, we got some little gifts here. Holly, and in it is the brochure. And here, help sign. That's Diane. This is Commissioner Kennard. And hopefully now I guessed on sizes, so please, these shirts run very small, so I went a size larger. Thank you so much.
Those representing International Rehabilitation Awareness Week, if you could please come forward. Whereas medical rehabilitation plays an integral role in maximizing the recoveries and independence of individuals facing physical challenges due to disabling injuries, illnesses, or other complex medical conditions, and medical rehabilitation produces better outcomes for patients, contributing to their overall well-being and quality of life. And whereas the dedicated professionals in the fields of physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, rehabilitation nursing, dietary, case management, and other medical rehabilitative services work tirelessly to support and enhance the lives of those in need, helping them to regain independence to return to their everyday activities. And whereas National Rehabilitation Awareness Week is an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the transformative impact of medical rehabilitation services and to honor the commitment of those who provide these essential services with compassion, skill, and expertise. And it is important to raise awareness about the benefits of medical rehabilitation to empower individuals to maximize their recoveries from conditions such as strokes, brain injuries, hip fractures, spinal injuries, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, or other complex medical conditions. And whereas through public education and community engagement, we can foster a greater understanding of the value of medical rehabilitation to encourage and empower individuals to choose these services as a vital part of their recoveries. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, do hereby proclaim the week of September 16th to September 22nd, 2024 as National Rehabilitation Awareness Week in recognition of the vital role that medical rehabilitation services play in improving lives and to honor the dedication of those who involved in this important field. We urge all citizens to join in celebrating the achievements of the individuals who have benefited from the medical rehabilitation, to express appreciation for the efforts of those professionals, and to support initiatives that advance the choice of these services as a vital part of healthcare recoveries. Executed this 10th day of September, 2024.
So thank you all for this honor. Ironically enough, tomorrow will be 1 year that our doors were open, and what a year it's been. To just be honored to work with the team that we all have, this incredible opportunity to serve the citizens of Citrus County. I hope we get to do this for the rest of our lives. And thank you all for your support. You all have been so kind to us, came to our open house. You're always there for us. So here's to the next 50 years. Thank you.
Those representing National Crime and Intelligence Analyst Appreciation Day, if you could please come forward. Whereas the intelligence analysts provide outstanding service and public safety on a daily basis to the citizens of the county, and whereas the intelligence analysts are commended for the many dedicated hours of service they perform in serving this community and fulfilling their commitment to providing the highest and most efficient level of customer service, and whereas Citrus County wishes to recognize the intelligence analysts for their service, which is keeping with the long and distinguished tradition of the intelligence analyst profession. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida hereby proclaim the day of September 20th, 2024 as National Crime and Intelligence Analysis Appreciation Day, and joins in honoring the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keeps our citizens safe. Executed this 10th day of September 2024.
Hi, good afternoon. We all want to say thank you very much for supporting us. The National Intelligence Analysis Day was established in 2021, and this is the 4th year in a row that you've honored that and gave us this proclamation. We just want to say thank you very much.
Those representing Crime Stoppers Awareness Month, if you could please come forward. Whereas the foundation of Crime Stoppers is the partnership between the community, law enforcement, partnering agencies, and the media, Crime Stoppers works to educate the public, creating awareness, and provide citizens the opportunity to report suspicious or criminal activity anonymously. And whereas Crime Stoppers Awareness Month promotes awareness through education campaigns, Crime Stoppers of Citrus County, Inc. is committed to fostering community safety, and since inception in 2009 has received over 13,462 tips, which have led to 542 arrests and 611 cases cleared. These tips have also aided in the recovery of over $151,000 in stolen property recovered and over $1.4 million in illicit drugs off our streets. And whereas Crime Stoppers of Citrus County, Inc. actively works with the members of the community, law enforcement, and the media as community safety service partners, its continued success can be attributed to the continued support from county officials, residents, law enforcement, and community organizations within Citrus County. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 as Crime Stoppers Awareness Month, and joins in honoring the men and the women whose diligence and professionalism keeps our citizens safe. Executed this 10th day of September 2024.
On behalf of Crime Stoppers, we just celebrated our 15th anniversary. We started back in 2009, and our board and our nonprofit would not be able to work without the partnership with the Board of County Commissioners and our local law enforcement, so we thank you very much for your partnership.
Those representing Citrus County, Florida Missing Children's Day, if you could please come forward. Whereas September 9th, 2024 aligns with Florida's statute 683.23, which designates the second Monday of September as Florida Missing Children's Day. And this day is dedicated to raising awareness about missing children in Florida, particularly those missing due to family abduction, while non-family abductions are rare, comprising only 1% of missing children cases reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And whereas family abductions impact countless families across the nation, causing significant emotional and psychological trauma to both the child and the left-behind family, September provides a vital opportunity to support national efforts to reduce family abductions, reunite missing children with their families, and honor those dedicated to this cause. And whereas a family abduction occurs when a child is taken, wrongfully retained, or concealed by a parent or other family member, denying another individual their right to custody or visitation, even in cases with unclear or absent court orders, and such abductions are often driven by the perpetrator frustration with the left-behind parent, the legal system, or the personal circumstances. And whereas Citrus County is committed to remaining vigilant and informed about the dangers facing children in our community, recognizing that family abduction is a serious crime in all states, not merely a civil matter, and law enforcement officers should treat these incidences as severe forms of child abuse rather than minor offenses. It is essential for law enforcement agencies to have written plans outlining actions and procedures for promptly addressing family abduction cases. And courts have determined that law enforcement must ensure children are with their lawful custodians and verify the validity and any court orders, as failure to establish necessary training and policies poses a threat to public safety. And now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, in collaboration with the National Parents Organization and its affiliated organization, that September 9th, 2024 shall be recognized as Florida Missing Children's Day. And be it further resolved that Citrus County Sheriff's Office is encouraged to conduct community outreach initiatives to educate residents about the prevalence, risks, and consequences of family abduction, and to provide guidance on warning signs, preventative measures, and available resources to address this critical issue effectively. Executed this 10th day of September 2024.
On that note, while everyone gets settled, those of us who've been here many, many years know about Jessica Lunsford, who went missing and then was found murdered by a very bad person. And Jesse's Place is a local charity that they have a fundraiser this Friday. I toured it yesterday I've been involved with them for a little bit, but never toured the facility. Went there and toured it with State Senator Blaise Ngolia yesterday, and it's really impressive what they do. So if you care about kids, that's definitely a good charity to look out for. Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Before we continue, there's an item that was approved that was pulled, B11, because it was approved in the entirety, but it was requested to be pulled.
Did that not cover it when we said it was pulled at the beginning?
You didn't say that in the motion.
In the agenda, we did.
But in the motion, it has to be excluded because you put the entirety. Is that correct, Denise?
I think during approval of the agenda, they had removed that item. So it's okay with, it's not on there anymore.
Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
the clarification.
We have a update on road resurfacing project, time certain at 1:25, which is 1 minute away.
Chair, I think you were going to take one of the...
Oh, that's right. What number was that?
E36, I think it is.
E36, the next gen.
In our continuing quest for greater efficiency with staff time, we're going to move up E, with the board's pleasure. We should have talked about that in agenda. E36 Next Gen 911 State Grant Agreement, so we can let a couple of officers get back to work. Is that okay with you? Is that all right with the board? All right. Looking for a motion?
Motion to approve E, A, B, and C.
E36.
E36, yes.
A, B, and C. Motion by Commissioner Bays.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on Next Gen 911 State Grant Agreement? Seeing none, is there any board discussion?
Yes. The motion is for E36, A, B, and C, but on our additional information, it has a D.
I'll amend my motion to include D.
Oh, yep, it's right there.
I'll amend my second.
Good catch, Commissioner Schleybaugh.
You're welcome.
Any public comment? No. Seeing board comment other than that? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, road resurfacing. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Carlton Hall. I'm the Interim Public Works Director, so I wanted to take just a few minutes to update you on the road resurfacing project for fiscal year 23-24, give you an idea where we're at, and then also talk a little bit about our plans for 24-25. So as you can see, if we back up one slide, this is a countywide resurfacing and preservation project. So it's really encompassing the entire county. It doesn't just do residential roads because, of course, we have a lot of roads in the county that are major and collector roads. Next slide. So to begin with, at the board's pleasure, and the budget was put into a localized repair amount of money. We had $950,000 to do localized repairs, and as you can see, our contractor under the current bid we have, PayRight, has completed Halls River Road and Dunklin Street. Those are both completed on those localized repairs. In addition, County Road 486, right there in front of the Publix where we had the road coming apart, has also been repaired. Next slide. The next localized repair to be completed was Venable Street, right there in front of the Home Depot off of Highway 19. And that was an area where turn lanes had been added over the years and things were starting to fall apart. So we were able to complete that. PayRight took care of that for us on 9/5. They did the work overnight to prevent from having any congestion because we had to close a portion of that road. And that was completed on 9/5. The striping and different things that have to be done to completely close out that project will be done on 9/25.
Madam Chair, quick question.
Yes, Commissioner Kennard.
First of all, PayRight deserves props for getting that done overnight, very minimal traffic disruption. The question I have is the very end of it where Venable terminates into Highway 19. I see that's been milled up now. That's going to be finished on the 25th. Is that the state coming from 19 to Venable, or PayRight needs to continue on then to 19?
I would have to ask PayRight, but most likely since the state is done, I would imagine it's our portion to take care of.
Okay.
I'll verify that, find out, and let you know for sure.
Okay, yeah, I just saw the equipment was gone, and one last little segment, it can't be 20 feet all the way across, is all milled up there. Anyway, good job on everybody's part getting that done overnight.
So in addition, for Venable, West Venable, we're going to move right on into the next stages. So we have 491 northbound from County Road 486 right up to Mark Knighton. That's a section of road that's coming apart as well. And PayRight is actually working on getting us the numbers for that, and also a cul-de-sac that we're going to be looking at for future. So hopefully we'll be able to expend all $950,000 this year. We'll get those work orders in place. The next stage, because it is a countywide program, Public Works as well as Technical Services identified a section of roads that really are in such bad shape they need full depth reclamation. That's where we go in and grind the entire road up. We produce a new base and we put new asphalt on top of that. So these roads were picked not really based on district, but on need. So you'll see $3.6 million, approximately 4.4 miles, has been allocated in the current bid that we have to go to Superior, is the contractor who won this portion of the bid for full depth reclamation. And you can see the schedule there. They're really going to begin preparations on 9/16. There's a lot of testing they have to do for the mix. Then they're going to actually start work on 10/1, and they should be completely finished by 1/14, January 14th. Now we get into the neighborhoods and the...
Commissioner Kennard.
Carlton, I know that we have Duncanfield on our agenda today. I don't recall if it was in the consent or in the regular portion of our agenda, but there's a portion of that road that is a full depth reclamation as well, and then there's resurfacing that's going on. I didn't see that on that list. Is that because it's a separate standalone?
It's got its own slide.
and I just need to be patient and you'll get to it.
No problem.
All right. Just making sure.
So we've broken things down as directed for residential road resurfacing by districts. So after those major roads are taken off, we get right into what's left. And you can see District 3 is the first district that we dispatched to PaveRight to go out and take a look at. And I'm sorry that Commissioner Slaybaugh won't be here to see all of this completed, but guarantee in the next 12 months, we're going to expend nearly $30 million in road resurfacing. So District 3 has a list of roads. If you move to the next slide, you'll see, I'm not sure you have that slide. So we have actually the actual roads listed for District 3 that expend approximately $2.5 million for about 6 miles of road that's going to be taken care of. That really is a target date to start 9/18, and completion from that will be December 3rd. The next district is...
Wait, Madam Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Slaybaugh?
I wish, is the Colonel here? Mark?
Yeah.
See, it's all Pine Ridge there. You see a lot of Pine Ridge being covered. Just wanted to make sure you knew that. Thank you.
So after District 3, we've gotten the schedule, we've gotten the numbers, we've passed out work orders for Districts 1, 2, 4, and 5 to PaveRight, and they're diligently working getting those numbers together and their schedules back to us on the existing or the leftover districts. And really I have and will be online is a breakdown of every road to be done in every district. District 1 will receive about $1.7 million for a total of 8.32 miles. District 2 will be getting about $1.5 million for just over 6 miles. District 4 is about $1.6 million for 6.58 miles. And finally, District 5 is about $1.2 million for 5.41 miles of road to be resurfaced. So when we get into the next, we're talking about these SCOP-funded roads. Duncan Field is scheduled for this year. Really, the entire road gets done. There's a small section behind Publix that's already been completed, but from that point all the way to Venable, it will be completely redone. There's about 665 feet in the center of that road where the base is completely shot. And we're going to have to dig that out, go down 7 feet, rebuild the base, and then finish the road off. So that's why this one is what's come to the board in the past and will be advertised as a 30-day closure during that portion of time that section of road gets rebuilt.
How are people going to be able to move in and out of their neighborhoods?
So neighborhood traffic will be allowed through,
okay,
but anyone just traversing from one end to the other, well, there'll be an alternate route set up.
Okay.
And all of that will be put in place well in advance. So as you can see on the Duncan Field, it is 75% FDOT funded, 25% county, and it would be issued if you see fit to in today's meeting to get that off the books. Lastly, we're looking at a roadway pavement condition assessment. We are currently in negotiations with Mott MacDonald, who was selected through the RFQ process to take a look at all of our residential roads, county roads, every road in the county basically, to assess those roads and then give us what our pavement condition index is. In other words, what are our roads ranked right now? And then the system that we have with this will allow us to see exactly how much money it's going to take to get our roads in the condition that the board requires or wants them to be. So we're in negotiations with them now. We hope to have that before the board within the next 60 days. And I'll take questions if you have any.
Commissioner Bays?
Carl, while you're up here, would you mind kind of going over this list as well?
Which list is that?
That it's the 5-year SCOP work program.
Sure.
And I think it's important that the citizens know that there's a FDOT 5-year work program. These projects have to get out there. You can't really move them around because FDOT frowns on that. But we've talked about Duncan Field this year, and then what's going to happen in 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29.
So each county road that is a classified, functionally classified road gets ability to be able to be funded with SCOP money. So SCOP money is just like Duncan Field, it's a 75-25
split with FDOT. So we did put out something recently. I'm not sure it's on the website yet, and I don't have a copy with me, but it puts out what's already in the works with FDOT for the next 5 years. And every year we add the following year and get the approval of FDOT. That's why it's important to keep that list and that schedule of roads moving forward. And then, of course, the board asks that we look at additional roads that we can, through our road resurfacing program, add to our list so that we can get some of the roads that are major roads in the county done as well. And that's why you see that list of FDR coming up with Superior.
Well, I know, Pine Ridge that's been a little bit of a sore spot, but on the list for 25 is from Mustang to Mesa Verde to 491, so that there's a section of road in there that's on the list. Apopka and Gospel Island are in my district. So Apopka is on the list for 26, and Gospel Island is on the list for 27. And in 29, Rehill and Kensington from 44 to Citrus Hills Boulevard is in year 29. So we're trying. We're putting the money aside and making sure that we're keeping up with it. I know it's never going to happen fast enough. It's unfortunate that some of these roads have deteriorated to the extent that we have to go FDR. And I think it would be nice to have a list of roads that are going to need FDR, so that we know. I mean, we see in the one presentation here that 1.9 miles of road is, almost $4 million. That's really unconscionable for it to allow it to happen. You build something, you have an obligation to take care of it.
Sure.
And I think this board has failed. So, but we fail at the level because it takes the tough decisions sometimes to not roll back the taxes. Sometimes you have to increase the millage, that you have to take care of what you've already started. And it's never a popular thing that you want to do. And a lot of times you don't want to do it in an election year, but there's always an election year. And so I'll beg for your forgiveness now, but that, to me, that's leadership. Leadership is doing what it takes to move the ball forward and stay current with the projects that require the attention.
Question on the website. So there is a wonderful dashboard that staff put together. If you go to citrusbocc.com and you go to departments, public works, road maintenance, that's only one click to get to road maintenance. And then there's a second click to get to, what is it officially called? The Countywide Pavement Management Program, I believe, is what the link is. And so you can see they're keeping it updated all the time. And to Rebecca's point, this board changes every 2 years because the makeup of it changes every 2 years. So I would say that this board as an institution has failed, but not necessarily those of us sitting up here.
That's what I meant.
So we didn't have to be in this position with so many roads failing, and I believe it's 4 times as expensive to do full depth reclamation than it is just to pave it on time. So shame on us as a county for not taking care of our assets, because it's going to cost us a lot more now. So thank you, Carlton. Appreciate it. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah,
Commissioner Kennard?
just a quick question. Carlton, the population cutoff number for SCOP funding, is that 170,000 or 180,000? Are you familiar with?
It's currently 200,000.
200,000. Oh, so, all right, never mind. I was concerned about those roads that are out in 26 and 27 of us exceeding that population number and not qualifying for it any longer, but we won't be there. So
State in the past has increased that population number as well, so there's always hope.
as long as we remain the only one that qualifies in District 7, I'll be fine with that.
We are.
Commissioner Bays, your light is on. Did you have anything else? No? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, Mr. Howard?
On the home page, we actually have where it says road projects now. Make it for transparency. You click it on the home page and we'll take you right there.
Yeah, the ribbon across the bottom.
Yeah,
okay,
we've
I
got
missed-
it.
I
Just
looked,
we've
I
tried to
didn't
make it
see
as
it, the
easy as we
icon.
can make it for the public. We're
Yeah.
letting them get behind the curtain. I echo this for the first time, I think, in the history of the county. We're taking roads seriously. I went back and looked just 20 years back, and there was no money funding. I mean, you run in it seriously. So we are now. We're going to get a lot of roads resurfaced. The most, I think, we're on the eve of doing this. If we pass this budget soon, you're going to get a lot of roads resurfaced here for the first time in the history. So delay costs you lots of money, and you're seeing that happening now. Unfortunately, we're saddled with it, but we got to do the right thing. History will judge all of us if we don't do the right thing. I always say they told us about the canal, but not the alligators. And there's a lot of alligators. And I think there's a crocodile. We debated that one time, me and Commissioner Slayball, but I found one out there. But we're doing some good work. I think staff is our partners with Pave Right, others, all the good work they're doing. We got to have patience, but we're getting a lot done, I think, more than ever before in the history of this county. Thank you for your leadership, all of you.
Yeah, I see that. There's actually an icon in the header, or not just below the header, in the hero images at the top of the page. So citrusbocc.com if you want to keep apprised of what we're doing with roads.
And we're going to give an update every board meeting, so we'll continue this process. You'll see the advancements and the changes that we make over the next 12 months. I know we've got a little bit of a late start this year, but hopefully in the next 12 months, you're going to see a big progress.
But a large portion of the late start was to make us more efficient in how we deployed the dollars that we did have. So efficiency on everything, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have our next time certain public hearing. Madam Attorney? Are we getting information first or the public? What am I doing?
This is an ordinance, so at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, amending Chapter 18, Article 2, Section 18-56A, amending Section 1857-1, amending Section 18-58B and C, amending Section 18-59, amending Section 18-60, adding a section entitled Powers and Duties of the Licensing Compliance Special Master as to matters concerning state certified contractors, amending Section 18-61, adding a section entitled Orders of Special Master to be recorded, amending Section 18-62, amending Section 18-63, amending Section 18-64, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for codification and inclusion into the code, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. I think Mr. Landon's here if you have any questions. Otherwise, you can open the public hearing.
Okay. Does the board have any questions? Seeing none. Would anyone like to speak for or against this matter? H2. Going once? Going twice? Okay, we'll close the public hearing portion of this. Board?
Madam Chair, motion to approve H2A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. Any further board discussion?
Chair.
Yes.
Is Bay's mic on?
No.
I'm confused about these microphones. If I leave my red light on, it looks like I'm going to talk. So,
Okay, we're good to go?
H2, A and B.
All right.
Second.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, open to the public. Good grief, this is a long agenda. Here we go. If anyone would like to address the board, please come on up. Get 3 minutes unless you have a letter on file with us, in which case you get 5. Please let us know. Fill out a green card, address all remarks to the chair, and we do not give any commentary until everyone is done speaking. There's a little. Just a second.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Carmen Kubitschek, 4512 East Maryland Street, Inverness, Florida. I'm going to be addressing Commissioner Davis, and she's also our commissioner for District 5. We've been at this problem now for a good over 2 years as a resident of Inverness Village 4. Our streets, our roads actually are horrific and dangerous. We asked many times for someone to do something about it, and the public actually is being misinformed. The county does own the roads, and we're supposed to maintain it. But the problem is that we've been told by the county, and we've been told by SwiftMud, that because we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the ERP that should have been provided or taken before the subdivision went up, which is a failure of the county not doing that, we're at a standstill. We cannot mess with the roads because we've been advised not to do that. So I want to know, what do we do? Because this has become a real liability for all of us, including the county. You all are elected officials. You work for us. A lot of times, the commissioners, when they're being addressed, for whatever reason, there's a lot of condescending comments being made to the voters. And unfortunately, we only have 3 minutes to address you all, expect a reply for you, but basically the last word is what you say. So there's a lot of misrepresentation, there's a lot of misconception, and I want to know, what are we supposed to do? What are we as residents supposed to do to keep our roads safe? Because right now they're not. And unless somebody dies, maybe that's what it's going to take. I hate to say that as a physician, but that's what I'm seeing, you know? I noticed that Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Kennard got a check from the governor for Crystal River. And why didn't you take the governor through our residential area to see how horrific our roads are so that we can get some sort of grant or at least attention? We don't matter to you. We don't matter to you. And that's sad.
Five minutes for him.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Saveska. I live on North Wagon Point in Pine Ridge. I'm here to represent the 11,000 residents of Pine Ridge Estates. I have a letter on file, and I should have 5 minutes. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. We'd also like to thank the folks from Public Works and from Technical Services that met with us and provided the data for this presentation. The information we have is literally weeks and even sometimes days old. It may not be perfect, but it should be the most recent, most accurate, and most complete information. Our bottom line is District 3 was shorted over $1 million in road resurfacing funds in fiscal year 24, and we would like it restored. If not in 24, then in fiscal 25. In advance of the meeting, we sent each of you a set of slides so you have a chance to review the data. It's a lot of numbers in it, and if you don't have them handy, they're available over on the table over here. It's important to begin with the commitment that the board made to us, the public, and the direction given to the staff on the allocation of fiscal year 24 road resurfacing dollars. Quote, each district receives a proportional amount of resurfacing dollars equivalent to the percentage of the total roads in the county, unquote. So we asked the staff for the percentages by district and the source document used to determine them. The staff provided the list, most accurate, information based on 9 August of this year. Based on that data, District 3 has 30.2% of the roads, meaning it should have gotten 30.2% of the resurfacing dollars. It only got 20.7%. In round dollars, District 3 should have gotten $3.7 million. It only got $2.5 million, a shortfall of over $1 million. Why? The biggest reason is how full depth reclamation was handled in it. $3.6 million was taken from the road resurfacing and set aside for full depth reclamation independent of the direction given by the staff. Don't get me wrong. We need to recover those roads. They are absolutely terrible and they need to be recovered. And the board's commitment to fixing them, as was said, is leadership, and it's the right thing to do. It's a good news story. However, the total allocation of those resurfacing dollars should come from the allocation to the district. Unfortunately, that's not the case. There are also some adjustments needed in the numbers based on the latest, most accurate, most complete information we received from the staff. Significant, but certainly not as much as how the full depth reclamation was handled. There's nothing malicious. There's no nefarious intent here. It's just staff trying. Good people trying to do good things, but we kind of missed that direction that came from the commissioners. Now, there might be some quibbling about the information we have. Language, budgeteers speak one language, technical people speak engineering speak, county commissioners and citizenry speak in plain English, and sometimes the language doesn't mesh. So there's a little bit of potential for misunderstanding there. Do total roads include dirt roads and gravel roads? Probably not. Why? We don't resurface them for starters. And second of all, their maintenance comes from a different part of the budget. If they were included in that, it'd be kind of like a double dip. Then there's the full depth reclamation dollars. The information we just provided you. In the slides that I gave you were prorated based on length of the roads, and there were some going back and forth on that one. Overly simplistic, yes, but the bottom line is it doesn't really matter because District 3 got $0 in full depth reclamation. There may be some other criticism, but the bottom line is undeniable. Based on the board's commitment to us, the citizenry, the guidance given to the staff, District 3 was shorted over $1 million in fiscal 24. We'd like it fixed. How exactly is the board's call? Given that we're so very late in this fiscal year, it's probably unlikely that we'll be able to recover the money in fiscal 24. However, it is possible to recover the money or restore the money in fiscal 25 before contract commitments are made. For example, District 3 would get its normal allocation that we would expect in fiscal 25, and then the $1.16 million would be added to that going forward into fiscal 25. That's just one example. Again, the board's call. Now we have full faith and confidence that what the board said in the direction to us and with the direction they were given to the staff is what you really meant to do. So the residents of Pine Ridge and many of those in District 3 look forward to seeing the remedy. If not this fiscal year, then next. Again, thank you for your leadership and thank you for working the hard issues and your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Anita Olbeck-Tooker. I live on Glen Meadow Loop in Lecanto. If I'm in the wrong section of speaking right now, I apologize, but prayers and condolences to the Georgia community past the most recent school shooting regarding the Christian Coalition pro-life members. The focus should be on gun reform. Not a single child has been killed by a book or a drag queen, period. A parent should decide what the child reads, period. Everyone has the right to see themselves represented. The most inappropriate book for children is the Bible, but that is up to the parents. May of 2023, Daisy Salinas had books banned in Miami Lake, Florida. She admitted she, quote, never read them. I'm not a book person, nor did she complete the form, nor did she read the professional reviews of her banning requests. I don't want to. Yet she accused these four books, ABCs of Black History, Cuba Kids, Countries in the News, Cuba, Amanda Gorman, The Hill We Climb, and Love to Langston. Again, without reading them, as hidden hate speech, critical race theory, and gender indoctrination. It took one person to remove history and heritage. Salinas is linked to Proud Boys, convicted seditionist and neo-fascist Enrique Tarrio, Moms of Liberty, and has posted anti-Semitic information. She admits to membership to a County Citizens Defending Freedom, a Christian nationalist group. Jesus Weeps. All of these groups promote hate speech, intimidation, and indoctrination. This one person made this happen. That should never happen again. On another note, people reading the same script is a group. Groups get 5 minutes, not 33. There were 11 people reading off the same script recently, 33 minutes. And consider seeing ID when people want to speak. I realize anyone can, but county citizens should be able to speak first and have more say, because those who speak who do not live in this county have no dog in this fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, no applause. Next speaker. Sorry, that sounds so rude, but we have to keep a quiet chamber. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Violet Langieri. I live at 5214 North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. Good afternoon to each of you. I'd like you to please speak on how the land swap of 324 acres on the Withlacoochee State Forest in Hernando, which abuts Citrus County, could impact us in the future. There's no public purpose to this swap. I have read that Mr. Stillwell, at his suggestion, Cabot Citrus Farms, a golf course developer, has reached out to each of you regarding your plans. We need to save our forests. I urge you to unite in opposition to this forest land swap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Carlene Sumper, Inverness Village 4. I'm looking at the plat right now just so the public and people understand this is the plat I'm looking at with the roads on it. It's a resolution that is on the plat. It says, whereas this plat on the 12th day of December 1972 submitted to the County Board of Road Commissioners of Citrus County for said approval, that the dedication of all streets, canals, parks, and other public places shown thereon is hereby accepted by said board for Citrus County and the public generally, and shall be binding on all persons hereafter. And it's signed by the commissioners. So, I mean, it's kind of salt in our wound to hear about all the road maintenance going on. And we get that. And I think there actually should be a millage for it, for the roads. I do. We're asking for an MSBU. We're not asking for the public to pay for what's going on in there. We don't want the public to pay for our problem that was caused by issuing permits, by violating the Land Development Code. My question is, how does a county unaccept maintenance of a public road? It's not in the FAQs, so please don't try and send me to that. That's the question that I have. The next question that I have is, since the property appraiser reduced the land values in IV4 from $22,050 to $6,750 for each lot, can we revisit the MSBU? Because the land acquisition in the MSBU was over $19 million. It doesn't calculate properly. And even 3 times of $6,750, it still doesn't calculate properly. And then that, that was your justification. But you have to go based on the valuation of the property, which is now $6,750. Will the county revisit the MSBU? And there is a recent sale in there that supports that $600,750. Thank you.
Carrie Weber Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. I would like to request 2 separate meetings, obviously because of the Sunshine Law. One with Commissioner Bays and the other one with Commissioner Finnegan to review the MSBU that has been looked at by an engineer that calls the 109 that we were given months back nuts. And I'm not sure that the complete MSBU is on the Q&A, so I'm not sure about that, but I'd like that looked at because I want the public to have as much knowledge about IV4 as possible, and it's hard to do in 3 minutes. What is an orphaned employee? Somebody had asked that a few meetings ago, so if anybody can answer what an orphaned employee is, that would be great. Commissioner Schleba, I want to wish you well, and there's no doubt in my mind that you'll still be active in the county that you love so much. Commissioner Kennard, congratulations on your win. And please don't take this personally, but I wouldn't say it was a slam dunk. I wouldn't say that. And I did follow through on where your donations came from to your campaign. And that was kind of scary. So I have to keep a close eye on how you judge and what your votes are. On 7/17 of 2023, Randall Garner, a county employee, came out because I have been asking for a silt fence, and he told me that there was no sign of any soil erosion. Well, since then, Vanderbilt Construction has poured a slab behind my house where there's tortoises, and he put up silt fence, and guess what? I don't get a drop of water in my backyard anymore. So your county employee was wrong. Do you have enough staff now to enforce all the county ordinances, and how are they trained? Because Mr. Garner was wrong. Who decides the lawyer for an accused ordinance violator can be personal friends with the special master? And why isn't that communicated to the commissioners? Who's responsible for telling you all that? Because I think it's something that you need to know, because your eyes popped out of your head. Your eyes popped out of your head when you heard about it. Mine was like, oh, here we go again. And again, like my neighbor said, it specifically says in your land and development code that you most definitely can stop a permit if another permit is missing. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge. Commissioners, welcome back. I hope you had a good month and enjoyed it. I want to thank you for your effort to keep Citrus County the nature coast. Recently, another city has put a moratorium on building due to infrastructure issues like water concerns, which concerns me. I see we still have water restrictions in place, and I hope that remains. However, it also shows me that we have a water problem in the county, which is part of infrastructure. I would hope that future development in Central Ridge be mostly 1-acre lots. I would also hope that we are looking for developers to build workforce houses either along the Suncoast or in some of the abandoned plazas. I want to congratulate those that won, and Ruthie, it's been a pleasure working with you. I hope to see you out in the county. Come to a drum circle, sit down, relax, feel the healing energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I got a couple of things. Some people have been asking me about this, so I went to a really nice service on August 14th. It was at the Central Ridge Community Park, and we were told that there's going to be multiple pickleball courts and tennis complex. They're gonna start working on it. So people have been asking me, when is the work gonna start? And then they also wanna know how long it's gonna take. Because come December, they have different tournaments that they do with pickleball, and they're all concerned that they're not gonna have a place to play. So those are the ones from that one. Okay, I listened very carefully to what Mr. Hall had to say. And he had a lot of positive things, which is nice. And I sat with my pencil as he was saying it. And it was really, really nice. We're spending 16.2 million, I guess, because that's what's in the budget. We're gonna get 26 miles of roads. So if you did all the addition when he was reading, writing, it's amazing. And it was nice that our Commissioner Schleybaugh said that a lot of it's gonna go to Pine Ridge, which is good. That's District 3. I live in District 3. We have 423 miles of roads in Citrus Springs. We have the most roads in Citrus Springs. And they're only gonna do 6 miles in District 3. So I don't think they're gonna make people in District 3 very happy in my section. Okay? 1.7, 1.5, 1.6, 1.2. That's not a lot of miles of roads. But at least something's gonna get done. And the SCOP roads, they are wonderful. I've been there, I've seen them done, I've driven on them, it's wonderful. Houses. Today you're gonna be approving houses. And one is for 234 houses, and one is for 582 houses. Okay, that's a lot of houses that you're gonna be approving for if everything goes the way it says in the agenda. It's a lot of water, a lot of cars on the road, at least 582 to be dumped on the road. And when you look at the ingress and egress, one of them has 2 ways to get in and out with 582 cars. So some of the things that we're doing need to be looked at a little more closely. I live in Citrus Springs, which is a deed restricted community, and I have a neighbor that owns 6 separate lots. He went to the, I'll tell you later.
Anyone else? Okay, we're gonna close, open to the public, board. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys gotta be quick. I know you're not familiar faces, so maybe you didn't know, but we gotta keep this going.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Board of County Commissioners and viewers at home, thank you for giving me the time to speak today. Despite the nasty and false things said about the LGBTQ community.
I'm so sorry. You need to give us your name and where you live.
I'm Dakota. I live in Beverly Hills.
Okay.
Okay. Despite the nasty and false things said about the LGBTQ community, I stand here representing the loving and accepting people we are. Do not let prejudice cloud your judgment. Our community is very diverse and growing. And everybody needs to recognize that. This discussion isn't just about books. It's about what kind of community we want to be. Do we want to ignore different cultures, or do we want to create a place that reflects our always evolving and diverse society? Our library already has a very simple policy in place. Policy number 12, declare any questions you may have. Policy number 12 simply states, it is up to parents to monitor what their kids read, not the government or the library. If parents need help with this, maybe they could take a time management class or possibly even a sensitivity training course. The government should not be censoring books. Those who want to spread hate should keep it in their own homes, not impose it on the rest of us. This is not what small town done right looks like. The First Amendment guarantees us the right to free speech and access to information, even when it makes others uncomfortable. Banning books because they challenge certain viewpoints isn't about keeping people safe. It's about fear and control. And who does fear and control really help? It definitely did not help the victims of the Hamas and the Nazis. It only led to innocent people's demise, torture, suffering, and murder. Some people may find these books controversial, but life is full of controversies and challenges. If we ban every idea that is different, how will we prepare for the next generation in the real world? What will we ban next? Community events like Cooterween or the Vampire Crawl? Possibly even the Bible for speaking about some extremely immoral things in some verses? I believe you see the pattern here. You are well-educated and thoughtful people. The proposal of this ban was induced by something with a history of taking low blows at marginalized groups of our society. I believe a lack of true self-awareness and self-acceptance plays a huge role in this book ban proposal. Jealous people are great manipulators. You all now face a very important decision. You can either protect our rights, celebrate diversity, and stand up for our whole community, or you can let fear-mongering, hatred, and bigotry narrow-mind your views and make our community less vibrant. I expect you will make the right choice. There are more important issues to focus on than dividing the community. Reject this ban. Teach children that in this community, every voice matters and every story counts, not just the ones who are the loudest or most fearful. My grandmother always told me, beware of the lamb dressed in the stolen lion's skin. This is a perfect example. To those of you at home, if you oppose this ban and want to further protect your rights and the rights of marginalized groups in our community, please sign our petition, composed by our very own Citrus County Equality team. The document will be available at the end of the week for signatures. Please reach out to some of us on Facebook. We are fighting to make our community safe for everyone and free from discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Casey DeJohn Tomaso. I'm an Academy of Environmental Science alum, and I've lived in Citrus County for 20 years. I'm here to speak against the initiative to ban LGBTQIA+ books. These books are not just stories. They are vital for fostering empathy and acceptance, providing both mirrors to LGBTQIA+ youth and windows for others to understand diverse experiences and have compassion for one another, which absolutely has a strong educational value. Firstly, banning books violates the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech and expression. By restricting access to these stories, you're censoring important perspectives and limiting the ability of readers, especially young people, to engage with diverse ideas. Next, while proponents of these bans may use their religion to claim their quote-unquote moral high ground in this conversation, the First Amendment, which contains the Establishment Clause, prevents the government from establishing any religion for itself. Public institutions like libraries are constitutionally required to remain neutral, serving all readers regardless of religious beliefs. Banning books based on religious bias unconstitutionally imposes one set of values onto our diverse community. And as a person of deep faith myself, I ask, what's so holy about bigotry and willful ignorance? Additionally, there are lies being told that paint these books as quote-unquote pornographic smut. This is simply not true. Books like The Black Flamingo and others are about love, identity, and self-discovery, just like many other coming-of-age stories. These books should not be labeled as inappropriate simply because they feature LGBTQ+ characters. So let the record show that the only smut that is part of this conversation is the nonsense that comes out of John Labriola and all of his little lamb's lips. While 4 of these titles contain more explicit content, such as Jack of Hearts and Other Parts, these books have all been deemed appropriate for ages 14 and up, and discretion should be left up to a parent or guardian. Regardless, no book should ever be banned outright. Lastly, all of these stories offer gay and trans youth a sense of belonging and hope. By banning them, you're sending a harmful message that their lives don't matter. So I urge you to protect the freedom of speech, inclusion, and equality, and stop the erosion of the foundations of our democracy by voting against these bans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Pellegrino, and I live in Hernando. I'm a mother, grandmother, and retired elementary school teacher. I strongly object to book banning by public libraries. When I made the decision to move to Citrus County nearly 20 years ago, the quality of the public library was a factor that I considered. I hate to see the library under attack. The amount of time that has been spent dealing with book challenges is time that can be much better spent. And I guess I don't understand why a small, loud minority of people who may or may not have children are constantly trying to dictate what books, other media, and other services the Citrus County Library provides. The library is for the entire community, not just this small, loud minority that continues to spread hate and misinformation. What are those who desire book bans so afraid of? Are they afraid that the young people in our community are going to learn critical thinking skills, or that they might want to challenge the status quo? We all need to have access to books that reflect ourselves on the pages. We need to feel seen and that we aren't alone. There are others out there like us. Likewise, we need access to books about life situations that are nothing like ours. This is how we as a community can learn about the world and develop mutual understanding and acceptance. The books in our library are not required reading for anyone. You don't want to read it? Don't read it. Parents can determine what their own children can read, not what is available for other patrons or their children to read. I want access to the books that I want to read. I attend library advisory board meetings, but ultimately you make the decisions. Finally, a consideration, our head librarian and library staff members are professionals. We need to have confidence in them to make good decisions about our collections. Commissioners, please uphold the First Amendment and our right to freedom of expression. Do not go down the slippery slope that starts with removing books from our shelves and ends with unrestricted government censorship. Please consider my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carlos Carrasquillo, 4333 Maryland Street. I'm sorry about my English. It's not very good looking, but I'm going to try my best.
Sir, your English is a lot better than my Spanish.
Well,
I
that's
took
really
it for
good.
6 years, so you
That
go,
made me-
man.
Made me feel better. Thank you.
You get 3 minutes.
I've been here a couple of times, and I see how you guys honor disabled people, veterans, and elderly, and everything look good for picture and everything. But in I-4, we got a bunch of elderly, probably 80%, counting me. We got a lot of disabled. We got a young lady here that every time I see her in the garage because she can go nowhere with the walker because no street there. So she can do nothing unless her daughter take it with the car somewhere. I'm veteran. We got a lot of them there, and they got the same situation. It's good to honor them here, but in there is I feel it's like you guys don't like them, or it's a borderline hatred. Is what because when I see when you guys talk this way after we talk, I go like these people hate us, and we don't have no way to talk back. Let's forget about all that. Something happened in that development. Something went wrong, really, really wrong. Mm-hmm. Let's find what was wrong. Let's do something about it. Let's forget what happened before. If we just did something, the way I feel is we was lied to. And I can explain you, not in 3 minutes, but in the media, I can explain you what way we've been lied to. 400 families, somebody lied to us. And I think it was everybody. It's I think the problem here is a pointing finger to this guy or that guy or the county. Let's forget about all that. Let's get together. I know you guys don't like to have separate meeting because for some reason. Let's do something about separate meeting about this particular problem. See if we can get somewhere because we need the road. Whatever has to happen, we need the road. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And everything they said about you, gonna miss you. One of the few that understood, doesn't matter how you vote, the goal was to make everything happen for everybody. So you will be missed. I come to these mainly because of a person that's sitting behind me.
I'm sorry. We need your name.
Oh, sorry, Rita Fox, Lecanto. Very sorry. And it's not so much that I oppose what he stands for, although I do. I oppose that he sits here and lies about drag queens reading to children in our libraries, as one example. And most recently, and I don't know if it's true or not, he may come up here and address this, but I'm hearing that now Mr. Labriola wants to ban Halloween. It's It's my favorite holiday because I like candy, and that's all it represents to me. But I have something from a public record. It's from Broward County. And I think it's very important that when someone throws their hat into a political ring and is hoping that he will be voted into office, that people know a history of character. I'm going to leave this on this desk. I don't need it if anybody doesn't believe me. This is almost...
Ms. Fox, just remember to speak to...
It's almost 20 years ago. Mr. Labriola, it's a booking report from Broward County. He didn't kill anybody, but his behavior, if I took the time to read this report, he is not someone that I would want to represent me on any board whatsoever. I also have another report without a photograph. I do have a photograph that went with the booking, so I know who I'm talking about. But that he comes to these meetings as a paid lobbyist, and if he's elected for the position he's seeking for the second time, he's going to do what's in the best interest of the man who writes his paycheck, which is not going to be in the best interest of everyone that he represents. So, good Christian aside, and maybe he's learned his lesson, although most recently we all know that why he was fired down in Dade County for a huge homophobic rant, which he appealed and which, thank God, he lost. I would just like anyone who was considering voting for this man to familiarize yourself. I think character speaks a lot. And I guess he found God. I don't know. God must have been hiding from him. But be aware of who you vote. Familiarize yourself, not with what they project to be now, but what they truly are. Thank you very much. And green's your color, girl. Thank you.
Anyone?
Can I leave this just in case? So, do you need this?
Since she referenced it, yes. Unless Madam Attorney has a, okay. Okay, would anyone else like to speak? Okay, nope, you already spoke. No, sir. There's another open to the public at the end of the meeting. All right, we're going to close open to the public. Board, any comments?
I'll start.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, we're going to start with some good news. Over the past few months while out campaigning, I reminded many folks that the county was in excellent financial shape, that our debt per capita was low, our reserves were high, and that they had a county commission who was very frugal with the public checkbook. Consequently, we ended up with a Moody's bond rating of AA3, which is unusual for a county this size. And we just got word today that Fitch's has also improved our bond rating, upgraded our bond rating from a AA to a AA minus. So that's the good news.
Or AA minus to a AA.
No, it says, I think the email I got was from AA to a AA minus. However it went, Fitch has also upgraded our bond rating today, which is good news. And I believe very complimentary on the way the administrator, staff, and this board have handled dealing with public funds on a day when we're going to talk about spending a lot of public funds. So well done, board. IV4, I've said it a couple times since we've been dealing with this, that I believe an MSBU is the answer. And if the property acquisition is in the $7,000 or $6,700 range, that certainly makes the MSBU less. If it's $19 million, it's going to make that MSBU more. But I'm going to support it when an MSBU for IV4 roads is on an agenda. At some point, I think that's the only way it gets put to bed. There's no way that we can bond, the county could bond that entire project at one time. We simply don't have the capacity, but possibly breaking it up into sections or different roads to make it happen. There's no doubt we will hear some people cheer at the price of the MSBU and others will be screaming bloody murder. But I think that's the only way that this thing ever gets put to bed. We're not banning books. That's not happening. There's a process in place for the Library Advisory Board, if somebody has concerns about a book, to go through that process. And Mr. Schwartz, you said something about that we still have water restrictions in place means that we have a water shortage or that we still have water issues. We do not. The reason that we have water restrictions in place is because we were exceeding our water usage permit primarily for the Charles A. Black well field. If we don't address that, if we stay above that water usage allowance over a period of time, it's a crazy calculation, a rolling year, something along those lines. I won't pretend to understand all of it. But if we stay above that, then ultimately we risk being penalized by the water district, by SwiftMud. It's not because we have a water shortage issue or water issues, it's that we're using more than what we've been permitted by the district. And so we had to put something in place so that we could be back in their good graces and not face penalty. That would not be a wise use of public funds. And I know that you've advocated for 1 acre lots, restricting development to larger lot sizes. The biggest issue driving water usage in our county is irrigation. The larger lots we have, the more we use in irrigation. That's a problem. Communities south of us, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, many of the communities have smaller lot sizes. They use less water per household than Citrus County does because they're irrigating a lot less. So they tend to not run into the issues, the same water issues that we do up here. So it's not a water issue, it's a permit issue that we have.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Mr. Svetska with Pine Ridge. It looks like you already did the math. I didn't have time to email you back, but so the percentages were correct on the resurfacing, but money was pulled out for full depth reclamation. We can look at that last year, but we have a budget for roads. It doesn't all go to resurfacing. And when the board had voted on that, it was specifically for resurfacing. But I understand and hear what you're saying. And we obviously can have another conversation with staff and look how that affects Pine Ridge in the future. Looks like Pine Ridge is getting a good bit of roads. The land swap, the lady said that we had met with Cabot. I don't know about everyone. I did meet with Cabot, and they never talked to me about a land swap. They did talk about a purchase that they were maybe looking at for some property in Citrus County, but I got an email and then had to look it up. I did not know about the land swap. I do know that it's going before a state board, and I'm interested in seeing what the findings of that are. And then after that, that will go to cabinet members of the state. So we can take a look at whatever that board says. I don't know enough yet about the other land that they would swap. Maybe that would be really good for the environment. But they have a whole panel that will discuss the pros and cons, and I think that we should all pay attention and look at that and then make some decisions of what we think as a community after that. IV4, I agree with Commissioner Kennard. There was a lot of questions, and the answer was the MSBU. The further issue after that was money. So there's a few things that you all have done. Some, there was the Attorney General, which is going to be criminal. We don't know if that will result in money. Some people I hear have hired an attorney. I don't know if that will result in money. Recalculating the MSBU, maybe. I think that's a conversation to have with staff. I can't say about that, but Ms. Weber-Nellis said something about having a one-on-one meeting with me. Of course, I'm always open to having that meeting. I think it would be vitally important if I'm going to be present and meet. I would rather not be a go-between with the blessing of Mr. Howard and possibly Ms. Lynn for legal, that we would have staff there. So I think being a commissioner saying, hey, they're saying this and staff's saying this back and forth. It'd probably be best if you're meeting with me that we get people at the table. Just my thoughts on that. Commissioner Kennard, thank you for the water restrictions. I've had a lot of people out of Sugar Mill Woods email me about that, and I was trying when Mr. Schwartz was talking, eyeballing to see if I could find Ken Cheek, and I was going to say I didn't see him, and you're here. Ken tries to help me tell people something I don't necessarily agree with or understand. He does a great job of it, and if Commissioner Kennard and I, as I add to some things on what he said, doesn't clear it up, Mr. Cheek can clear it up. But basically, what he has told me is that Citrus County, SWFMA's just not looking at Citrus County and saying, oh, you all need water restrictions. We have water, but we're in the same rules as a very high density Sarasota County. They just put blanket rules out there. And Mr. Cheek has actually really fought for us to look at all of our water districts and say, well, we do meet the standards if you add them all together. But like Commissioner Kennard said, one was off. So that's what affects the watering restrictions for everyone. So for the entire state of Florida, I do constantly think about that with growth in the water that lies beneath. But for Citrus County, we have adequate water supply and the restriction has nothing to do with that. Commissioner-elect Barrick, congratulations. And when I hear you now asking about when projects start, you have a full staff you should be able to ask those questions to. And I know before I actually took the seat, then the administrator and some staff had kept me abreast and reached out to me. So, Mr. Howard, I would love for Commissioner-elect to get all the information that she needs for the district. And you're talking about roads in Citrus Springs. You'll have, I'm sure, a lot to say about that in the near future. The last thing, I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Kennard has already said, because maybe the information has been passed down incorrectly. Citrus County, everyone pay attention, I'm going to say it really into the microphone. Citrus County is not and has not banned books. We are not banning books. So there was one book, I know that was removed. There is laws in place about obscene material for children. And it was a book that would have been weeded out anyway because it was not a high-use book. I stand by Mr. Chang's decision, actually all of his decisions so far that I've seen. We cannot have obscene material in our library for children. And I'm going to stand by that. You can go to Amazon. They had Prime Days. There's not government censorship. You're allowed to see anything that you want to see. But Mr. Chang in Citrus County has standards that we can have and can't have for children. Now, there's lots of books, and they're maybe brought to light by some people that don't like them, with LGBTQ plus characters. Those books are staying. They're not banned. And when they're just character reference books, they're even staying in the children's section. I believe the Library Advisory Board found a couple others that were not appropriate for children, but did not remove them from the library, just move them to an appropriate section. Citrus County is not banning books. Okay, and I think that wraps all my comments up. Thank you.
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
IV4 roads were covered. I do think that there should be an MSBU. The biggest point is, it needs to be an affordable MSBU, and that's why when it came back with 100,000 or something a household, I just felt it was too much money. So I won't be here, but I encourage this board to look at an MSBU that is affordable for the IV4 neighbors. District 3's money for road resurfacing, I agree with what Mark has said, that there hasn't been the correct amount based on the roads to be resurfaced.
It's unfortunately, there was a hiccup and nothing got done, but that will be covered, those roads will be paved. Day late, $1 short for me, but it is still going to move forward, and I look forward to hearing, while I'm sitting at my office watching these meetings, to hear, stop paving so many roads, I can't get to work, or whatever, because we're gonna have the opposite effect where people are gonna complain. So, you know, good luck to this board with that. I think this board has shown leadership. It hasn't always been popular, but to raise the millage 8% or 8 mills, to get employees' pay, to get road resurfacing money where it needs to be, and to also cover the sheriff's budget request. That was a brave thing to do, and I know my taxes went up $300. A lot of people can say that $300 isn't worth getting their road resurfaced for that year, but I do believe that it was important, and it's not always popular. Rita Fox talked about lies, which I thought was interesting because there was a lot set out that I personally raised y'all's taxes 18%, and that is absolutely not true. It doesn't matter to me that they say that, but I think people should pay attention and know really how much their taxes have gone up. Land swap in Hernando. We absolutely need to save our forest. And there is a difference between state forest and timbered land. State forest has, it's a two different beast, and our state forests need to be protected. I was not informed by the governor or his cabinet, unfortunately, about this deals to get golf courses and pickleball courses on state land. Luckily, that has been walked back. But to say that this board knows what's going on in Hernando, I learned it like a lot of you learned it on Facebook, that this was something that was in the works. But Citrus County is not giving away or land swapping our state forest. It does, I think that this is a good discussion that has come up, because I remember about 6 months ago, a woman, Commissioner Davis had said, you know, people, we have protected land, we have protected water, calm down. I'm paraphrasing what she said, but calm down. And I'm like, we do have protected land. Well, to find out that maybe some of that land could be swapped or taken away, that is scary. And, you know, this board, I know, will pay attention to that and make sure that we can only do what we can do in Citrus County. And I know I personally asked Cabot Farms, made them take me to the line of Citrus County and Hernando, and I said, what land are you looking at purchasing in Citrus County? I made them take me on a little buggy to that line, and it was farmland. It was not state park. And I said, how does the neighbor next door feel about this? Because that makes a difference to me. And they said that the neighbor was good. And so we can do what we can do, but please don't blame us for doing backroom deals, for swapping forestry. That is not going to happen. I know this board would never support that. So, but it's a good discussion that needs to be, you know, had. And I know that this board will do the right thing. I do want to know what Terry asked. What is an orphan employee? Did they lose their parents? I know I am an orphan employee because I don't have my parents alive. So that is one question I would like to be, have answered. And as you all know, in the 90s, early 90s, I sat on code enforcement when it was a board. Now it's a special master. The reason I ran for office was because of code enforcement. But if there's somebody if somebody's in violation and going before code enforcement, and there is a friendship with a special master, who is addressing that? That is, I thought that was a very good question. So you've got two of my questions when I'm done. Talked about banning books. We're not going to ban books. I hope the next board does not ban books. And, you know, unfortunately, people can come up here and say whatever they want to say. And they can lie. They can sing a song in their 3 minutes. And it's just our responsibility to listen and you as a public to do some research on if somebody says it's a fact. And then finally, Janet. I spoke to Janet on the night of election. I congratulated her. I also gave her some condolences. Janet, I prepared for this job for 15 years, and I know you've been sitting in the audience for 15 years. If you need anything, please call me, because this is not an easy job, and I know you think you're an expert because I thought I was an expert, and it took me about a year to realize working for government is totally different than sitting in the audience. And I think that a perfect example is you saying, the pickleball courts, well, they want to know. So I got them pickleball courts. Now they're complaining that we're going to give them new pickleball courts. So we will find out the schedule to make sure any tournaments aren't disrupted. But for the love of Pete, they're getting brand new pickleball courts that we had to fight for, this board had to fight for. So can they, for one moment, just be thankful they're getting new pickleball courts? Because I can't wait to play on them in my retirement. So thank you all, and thank you all for your well wishes. I do appreciate it. I luckily did not identify as a commissioner in my life. I had a great life before 2020, and I'm going to have a great life after 2024. And thank you for supporting me and making me a better citizen in this community. Bless you.
I just broke, yes, I broke the rule too. So, thank you, Commissioner Slaybaugh. So I'm going to try to make this. Oh, okay. You said you didn't have anything. You changed your mind.
I did.
Flip-flopper.
Yeah, I'm a woman. I have nothing else to add to that, but there is a map of all SCOP eligible roads, and I would like to have that added on, and it tells what's been widened, what's been resurfaced, and it's by district, and it tells by year, and I think
take
that
care
would
of
be
it.
very informational to get up on the,
Consider it done.
thank you.
Good input. Okay, just to make this as simple as possible on water restrictions, we get it by per capita, and if our per capita is on big lots, then you get to water less. It's that simple. So going to, keeping large lots is not going to help us. Commissioner Kennard did a great job on explaining that. Colonel, thank you for, where'd you go? There you are. Thank you for always paying attention to this stuff and bringing things to us. Appreciate it. I will talk with staff about it. Let's see. I was told, and I have not chased down the original fact on this, but I was told by someone that knows these things very, very well, that the average increased cost for a vehicle driving on poor roads is $452 a year. That's average. And I know someone that lives in Pine Ridge that had to replace the engine mount twice on a relatively late model car for driving on Pine Ridge roads. So the going back to the millage that we had in 2015 after years of rollback is actually going to be putting more money in people's pockets, I believe, once we get all the roads fixed. Okay, number 4 on my list here, land swap. I did tour Cabot Farms, never heard a word from them about doing any land swap at all in forest. Like Commissioner Schleba said, I heard about it through media. I'm over my dead body in Citrus County is kind of the last slide on that. Wildlife corridors and environmental management does have some nuance. So there is very, very limited way that I would be okay with any sort of swap, and that would only be within Citrus County borders and only if it is low quality environmental or low value environmentally for very high value environmentally within Citrus County. I am a nature girl. I spend a lot of my time outdoors, and I believe in wildlife corridors and preservation of our lands. I am absolutely horrified that I'm one of the ones that kept saying, hey, we've got all this land protected in perpetuity. It's never going to go away. Then this happens. So I'm going to have to roll that back now because that's not true. I grew up believing that state and federal forests were sacrosanct. Like, you can't touch this stuff. They put us through all kinds of trouble trying to get just a little bit of land to expand our landfill. And that's when we're willing to buy the same acreage contiguous to the state forest on the other side. So I thought we were safe. So this has been a big wake-up call for a lot of folks, I think. Inverness Village is 4. I'm going to start off by saying, Dr. Kubitschek, you hurt me. Of course you matter. That's why I spent 3 years trying to fix this. That's why I sent the big file to the Attorney General's office. I believe that an MSBU is the only way out of this. I do believe that the folks, the 3 different folks that I reported that are being investigated by FDLE, I believe those parties should help with that MSBU. I am most heartened by Ms. Semper telling us that the reduced lot value. So maybe that is going to come back something more. So thank you for bringing that bright spot in this incredibly horrific. One or more of you said the word horrific. It is. It is absolutely horrific. And so that's a small bright spot there. Ms. Weber-Nellis, the slab above your house, if they're, you remember I got them arrested for tortoise violation. So if you're seeing that, you need to let me know. All right, and I will get FWC back out there. Someone suggested bringing, I can't remember which one of you, suggested bringing the governor out when he was in town. Yeah, it just doesn't work that way. I have asked Senator Ngolia, who's our state senator for this area, to tour IV4, and I will try to get that on his calendar. I will continue to try. And I believe that, and the orphan employee, I was wondering about that too. Thank you. Okay. We have a ton of regular business. It's been 5 weeks since our last meeting. Who wants to kick off E1?
Madam Chair, motion to
I'm
approve
sorry.
E1A through P.
Oh,
You don't have to be late. I think I know what my definition of orphan is, but that doesn't mean that's right. So we'll follow up with these. I just don't have them.
okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll follow up.
Sorry, it was a long process. So anyway.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to pull
That's all right.
E1I.
Your mic wasn't on anyway.
Okay, then you need to make the motion.
I would like to pull E1I for discussion,
All right.
if you'd like to amend your motion.
So I will amend my motion, E1A through P, pulling E1I for separate discussion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E1 with the exception of I? Seeing none, is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E1I.
I went through this bid and I'm a little bit confused. There's no maps in here to show anything. Considering what's going on in Crystal River and Homosassa, I'm not sure why we would be doing any harvesting there. It's a little bit confusing on per acre versus per hour. I'm not sure if this is just a maintenance permit for the 3 feet, or are they doing something, taking it off the ground? Because it's my understanding Lingbia grows on the ground. When it breaks off, it floats to the top, but then it goes back to the bottom. Let's see. My biggest concern was maps, more, specific to Homosassa, the Chaz, and Crystal River. So I didn't see any of that in there and would like to, and then when you look at the amounts, it was exactly the same amount for Crystal River and Homosassa. It was the exact same amount, 60, that was 121,000 each. I don't know how that could be. So I just have some questions that I would like answered to know that what we're doing on this and what was done in the past 3 years.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Just for referencing, because there's some river cleanup in Homosassa, that's a one small section of the river, and where they would do this harvesting. Homosassa River is very long, and then it has all these feeder rivers, Halls River and Salt River, and so they, I've never seen them do this, where down at the spring end of things. It would be further out in some of all these other rivers just to keep them open. So, a map would be helpful in where they're thinking, but the restoration is just, since you'd said that and people listening, that small portion, it wouldn't really have anything to do with us.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard?
I'll take a stab at it. Prior to the hurricane last August, when we had all of the salt water come up in the rivers and really damage the growth of the new planted grasses, prior to that happening, the leaves of those grasses were quite lengthy, when those leaves would slough off, they would float to the surface and form huge mats of dead and dying grasses. That was part of, a result of the success of this vacuum dredging and replanting process. Some of those mats, many of those mats, would float up into residential canals, and the residents were calling the commissioners and wanting us to do something about it. The initial calls went out to the restoration groups. They weren't able to go in and do it under their grant agreements with the state for their restoration. They couldn't do the mechanical harvesting. And so there was some discussion back and forth between the county and the restoration groups about getting mechanical harvesting in there to go in and scoop up these mats. They were able to locate the mats, I believe using drones. So they knew right where they were at. But these things were quite a mess when they did drift up into the canal. So I think that's probably why this 121,000 placeholder, if you will, is in there for each of the rivers. That would be my best guess, given a knowledge of what was happening as these grasses took off. Naturally, it's good for the river, it's good for the water, it's good for all the species there, great for the manatees. But when they slough off those leaves, and they do, there's a lot of them, they come to the surface and they block the residential waterways.
Well, my concern is when you're talking Crystal River has 155 acres and Halls River in Homosassa has 94 acres, how can it be the exact same amount? So I just felt like it was an incomplete bid. We weren't given maps, which were supposed to be included in this and what they're doing. I know Crystal River is getting a lot of money by the state, and having a better understanding of what we're bidding on here I just feel is very important that we just don't rubber stamp these.
Carlton can come forward. We don't have Mark Edwards here, but I think Carlton can speak to this.
With this bid, it's really to get a price for a process, not really a location. So I can tell you, I think I just recently sent you an email that shows what's been spent over the last 3 or 4 years. And the majority of those monies are coming from the lakes and not Crystal River or Homosassa. I think in the breakdown that I sent to you, it's been since the 1920 fiscal year that about $8,000 was expended in Homosassa. But for the most part, it's the.
Again, I mean, I read through this, and to me, I just find a lot of discrepancies, and and I don't feel like when we're going to approve something like this, especially if it's a 3-year contract, I feel like it was very incomplete. And, you know, some of it, which I found odd, it's actually when the piece of equipment is turned on and it's running is based on how you're paying for that service. I don't know, I mean, how long could a piece of equipment be turned on and sitting there and not operating and functionally doing something? That seems counterintuitive. I don't know. I mean, I think since we have so much going on in our lakes, and I'm concerned that, you know, they would, and I don't know what's going on in Crystal River and Homosassa and the Chaz, but I would just like a lot more information. I think it'd be great to see what they're doing out there and give the maps and have a presentation on it, because I thought this was just kind of weak for something that we're doing for a 3-year period.
Absolutely, we can come back, and I've asked for maps to show what's been done in the past with those funding sources from the state, as well as the county funds that I sent to you. As soon as those maps come in, it'll show the work that's been done in previous years, and then we can put together a map of expected work to come from this bid in the future.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
When this was put out to bid, this is the only bidder that responded, so I would hope you all would take that into consideration. And then also, I don't know whether this is time sensitive, if our existing contract is going to expire before we would have time. If y'all don't approve it today, I don't know whether our existing contract is going to expire. So if y'all are inclined not to approve it, maybe we could postpone this motion until we can find out when the existing contract expires, because I don't know whether y'all want to be without a contract for a harvester.
I don't think, well, I appreciate what Commissioner Bays is looking for here. I don't think they're going to be able to tell us exactly how much they're going to budget for Crystal River and Homosassa specifically, because there may, with the issues of that resulted from the hurricane, there may be no grass mats on the river for this year or next year. That 121, my guess, is just a placeholder that both of them are included in the contract. If this mechanical harvesting is indeed needed over there, maybe in Crystal River, maybe in Homosassa, it's already in the contract. They can go and do that. If they don't use that in the rivers, then that money would be reallocated to be used over in the lakes. And the lakes may get all of the attention for the next 2 or 3 years while that grass regrows. Once that grass starts sloughing off again, then there's going to need to be some degree of work done to clean up those canals in the river. I think that's.
Is that, so this money can transfer from the rivers to the lakes?
Absolutely. This is just to get us a price that we could actually compare if there were multiple bidders, one against the other for an amount of work. Doesn't necessarily say that money is going to be spent in that space or that area.
And are we charged per acre in addition per acre per hour?
These numbers are per acre and estimated quantities of 50.
I know, but it gives a rate per acre of $300, and then it has a per hour rate of $115.
So it would be in addition to. So the hours that the boat is running versus the amount of acreage that is covered. But again, it won't take long for me to get the information that you're asking for, and maybe we even bring it back.
I understand it's the only bidder, but I mean, this has been going on for years, and it'd be really nice. I mean, we're working really hard to try to get a permit in Lake Lonesome and clean up. And frankly, I don't know what we're doing here, and are we doing a good enough job with what we're doing on the lake side that could have negated some of the need for the restoration that we're trying to do over there with a separate permit that's seems to be like an act of God to try to get. So if we can approve it today, but I really would like to have a presentation, and I would like to know what we're doing.
Absolutely.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve E1I.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. Is there any public comment?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I live in District 3, and we have Lake Beverly. Okay, do you have another lake or more lakes in Floral City that need to be addressed? Can't we add all? You know, no, because I read through this thing. You know, all the water needs to be addressed, not just one or two places, and not just, you know, if you come to Lake Beverly, it gets green on top of it, and it needs something done to it. Okay, and I'm sure that where Commissioner Bays lives, that gets problems also. So the thing is, why are we just, you know, only looking at the others? And I really think we should have a presentation. It was one of the things that I had on my list that I wanted to come up and say, please, let's talk about. So, thank you.
Hi, it's Bob Rudemiller, project manager for Point Lonesome Restoration of the Lakes. I just want to point out a couple things here. It's very difficult to know the amount of work by talking about only acreage, because you're looking down at the top of the lake and you have no idea how much sediment is going to be removed. You don't know. So the only way to effectively do that is do a detailed bathymetric survey, and it's very expensive. So, and as a matter of fact, in terms of the Point Lonesome permit that we're seeking, we actually converted the 100-acre area to cubic yards of sediment removed. Because if you know and have a bid on per cubic yard, it's very easy for the contractor to put a number on it. But if he's looking at acreage, he doesn't really know unless you're going to pay additional money for a bathymetric survey. So my recommendation is that view the budget number in terms of cubic yards of sediment removed, not just acreage. It's a very, very important concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone behind the column, or are we all done? We're all done. Okay, is there any board discussion or questions?
Madam Chair, I'll just a brief answer to Ms. Barrick's comments. I would suggest that we don't add in all lakes. I don't want, I don't want to dilute the attention that the chain of lakes is getting over in Inverness and Hernando. Not every lake. I certainly cannot imagine launching one of these harvesters into Lake Beverly. You know, does it need attention? Probably, but not this attention. The attention in terms of millions of dollars that the Homosassa and Crystal River is getting from the state is a whole different vacuum dredging and replanting and all of that. So I would discourage this board from diluting that. We know that we need mechanical harvesting in the chain of lakes. We know that we may need some degree of mechanical harvesting to clean up these mats if they show up in the Homosassa and Crystal River. So I think it covers it. Certainly some more detail or presentation down the road would be beneficial, but as far as today goes, I would suggest we approve it.
Well said, Commissioner Kennard.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, following up on that, Commissioner-elect made a point, but I would just further, for the board's information, funding for this work is sometimes done with grant funding, and it would only be applicable to sovereign waters. I don't think Lake Beverly is sovereign, and so some of the other waters that may exist, it would depend on whether they were sovereign, so that might help.
Good input, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Rudemiller. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
And we're off on the speed round. Who did what? Jeff, you were the,
Yes.
okay.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Schleba, first by Commissioner Kennard. All right, any public comment on E2? Y'all caught me off guard. Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Schleba. Is there any public comment on E3? Seeing none, is there any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E4.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E4? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye, sorry, aye.
Motion carries unanimously. E5.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E5? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E6.
A and B.
A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E7, A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any board discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard.
I was questioned about this agenda item by someone in the public, and so just for those watching at home, for the public's edification, the amount of solid waste we're talking about bringing into our landfill over the course of a year amounts to 1.5 days of airspace over the course of a year. So yes, it's from outside the county, but it's not a significant impediment to the lifespan of our landfill.
And it's neighborly. Any other comment?
I'll comment on that.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Actually, I was one of the people that asked about that. In my briefing, I had a concern. And then the amount of money that we get, I was concerned about where it was in the budget. And I learned that landfill is putting away for reserves and growth and things like that. I think in this budget was roughly 2 million or more. So I was worried that we would become dependent on a certain amount of money in their budget and not putting that aside for future expansion. But they have already thought about that and we've got it taken care of. So I'm willing to approve this.
Anyone else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E8.
A and B.
A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. E8 is one of the ones that, we've got 582 houses, or 580 lots going in there. And they're giving us back this little piece of land, and there's only a couple of ways to people to get out. Are we watching what we're doing? This is where I said, you know, the land is gonna be used for houses, and how the people are gonna get out onto 44 or 490. I mean, it's nice that they're gonna give us a piece of land so we can, you know, as a county, turn into wherever it gets to, but we need to watch what we're doing. I'm not saying not to approve it, but I'm saying it's one of those things we really need to watch. There's 582 houses, you know, 40 feet wide and 50 feet wide houses. That's not a lot of land either, so, you know, we are cutting down on the lot of property that the people are moving on to. Thank you.
Anyone further? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to deny E9.
I'll second for discussion.
All right.
Motion to deny by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Commissioner Kennard, you have the floor.
Yes, obviously, the county-run EMS system does the emergency transports, and MedFleet does, I believe, the majority of the transfers from a hospital to nursing homes or to other healthcare facilities. And I was curious as to why we had another ambulance service applying for this COPCN. And so I reached out to the CEO of one of our local hospitals, and reached out to another individual involved in the emergency transport of patients in the county. And I asked, are we having a problem with the county EMS? Because there have been problems with EMS in the county before we took it over. The answer unequivocally was no. We're not having a problem with the county EMS system. We're not having a problem with MedFleet's transfers. All this does is this doesn't increase service to the patients. It simply dilutes the quality of service I believe that we would get from both the county and from MedFleet. It's a similar group of players that have been involved in applying for this COPCN in a number of counties in the state. And I think for that purpose, our EMS transport system is working very, very well, and I would encourage the board to deny this.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I almost agree with you, but I think I'll just tell you my process through this, because we came upon this last year for a group that keeps kind of coming back and trying, and I believe that our current provider, MedFleet, is doing an excellent job, and we should not. And matter of fact, I would like to look at that in the future. We can work on, I talked to Mr. Howard about this, not giving out these COPCNs constantly. It should be when it's needed by the county, and he assured me we could work on that, because it's wasting a lot of staff time to bring these before us. So I agree with you. When I got the backup information, I looked at this and I said, wait, this company is not the other company that I think is trying to get certified. And Chief, maybe you could come make sure that I'm getting all the correct information in a moment. This is actually Tampa General, and there's two on them. This one for E9 is for them to transport by helicopter. And when I reached out to MedFleet about this, thank you for being a good partner. Tampa General is looking to do this, not another entity. How does this work with you? And they told me at that point, yes, we are working with Tampa General. We're not against what they're doing. So that is why I was prepared to approve this today. But if Chief makes sure I'm on the right page on everything, I think there's another one that's being worked on that keeps coming back that would be in competition with a good partner that we have. And I will be looking forward to denying that, unless, Chief, you already deny that in your process. So could you help me out?
Can you,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, and can you please explain, this is air transport, and I don't understand what Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Kennard's problem is, and if he could just enlighten me a little bit more about that. Because I was the commissioner that fought to get MedFleet in here and to get the first COPCN with Randy Oliver and Chief Stevens. I learned so much during that process of doing that. So I'm thankful that MedFleet has been such a success, because I pushed for to get another company in here. But this is air transportation, so the helicopter, so that's why I was confused.
Yep, my mistake. I didn't realize that this was this is saying DBA, Aeromed, but the next one down appears to be ambulance service, DBA Tampa General Hospital.
Okay, so now, if it's okay with everyone, I'm going to give the floor to Chief Stevens. And
Yeah.
maybe you can also explain 9 and 10 while you're at it, so you can get us out of the weeds.
Okay, so E9 is for Aeromed, that's air transportation. They're a backup to Bayflight that's here in the county. I would recommend that we continue with Aeromed services because if our Bayflight helicopter is on a current transport, or maybe they're already on a scene, then Aeromed acts as a second helicopter to our
Okay.
response.
All right.
As far as E10 is the COPCN for Tampa General, so they can do inter-facility transports from their hospitals here down to Tampa General. So, or if they need to bring them to a sister facility. So that is ground transport for E10.
That's not, MedFleet doesn't do those transfers for us?
They do assist Tampa General with their inter-facility transports also.
And are we having issues with MedFleet doing those transfers?
Not to my knowledge, sir. Nobody's brought anything to our attention. But Tampa General is here in Citrus County now, and they do a lot of their own inter-facility transports if you go to their Tampa General facilities.
So this is desired by Tampa General?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Chief, yet are you taking out E9 and E10, not on the agenda today? Is there another company that you're reviewing right now for ambulance service?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is somewhat of what we've done in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what I would like to work on, Mr. Howard, in the future. And if this board, we could bring that back at sometime in the future to stop constantly accepting COPCNs. It takes a lot of time from our staff. And I know it's an ordinance change. Is that what you're going to say, Attorney?
No, that's not what I was going to say, but in order to
I will.
grant or,
I'll rescind my motion on E9.
I'll rescind my second.
I make a motion. Madam Chairman, I make a motion to approve E9.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Bays. Madam Attorney, you were in the middle of a thought?
yes, whenever you're considering whether to grant a license or not grant a license, you can take many factors into consideration. So one of the factors you can take into consideration is perhaps the level of service that's currently being provided and whether or not that level of service is being met or whether you need to add any services or not have services. So it's not really that you would have a blanket, we don't want any more of these, but in each application you would analyze whether or not the service was needed.
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to speak on E9 from the public? Seeing none, any further board discussion on E9?
Well, since we probably should have discussed this, but since you want to discuss it openly, other counties have put in an ordinance that's not wasting staff time if we already know that we're happy with our partner and that no additional service is needed at the time. Other counties have put ordinances in place so that some say 5 years, some say when it's needed by the community. So I just think, Mr. Howard and Ms. Lynn, that we should look at that. And
I would agree.
maybe we'll implement it, maybe we won't, but I think that we should take a look at that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on E10? Seeing none, is there any board discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard.
I would like to see us table this until we can get more information on it. Just because it has Tampa General Hospital, who, by all rights, is doing the right thing in our community. Certainly, they're a major player that we're happy to have here in our community. I'm not hearing that there's an issue with the current transports. And on a personal note, I can share with you that I had a family member that was transported from Tampa General here to Tampa General down in Tampa by MedFleet They did a phenomenal job. And if, I've not heard from the hospitals that we've had an issue with transports. I've not heard from Chief Stevens that we've got an issue with transports. So I just think we need to be careful about handing out these COPCNs. I mean, I didn't get a call from Tampa General saying, hey, we've got a problem. We can't get, we can't get a transport from the county. We can't get a transport from MedFleet. We need to add another player into the environment here. That will dilute the personnel and the equipment ultimately that you end up having in the county to do transports. So I would like to see us table this.
Madam Chairman.
Not to say that we can't ultimately vote on it and approve it, but I think we need some more information about, do we have a problem that we're trying to fix?
Commissioner Schleba.
Just point of order, and I mean, we do have a motion on the floor, so we need to deal with the motion on the floor, and then if that doesn't pass, then we talk about tabling it, correct?
Yes. However, it's good to know where Commissioner Kennard lies on that. So,
And I would like to just make a comment. This is for inter-facility. So this means it's not that they're picking up anything else other than transporting between their facilities. And I mean, if I
Tampa
was.
General to Tampa General? Yeah. Based on my discussions, and this was a while ago with Chief Stevens, I'm actually kind of surprised that there was this much debate. It seemed like a pretty easy yes for me. Chief Stevens, is there anything else you want to say?
So obviously, this notification was sent out for the COPCN application to MedFleet, and they did not object to it. I'd just like to point out, this potentially saves Tampa General money when they're transferring their patients versus the money they have to pay MedFleet. And then, of course, it's, as the attorney pointed out, this is not just for their facilities. I mean, they could do inter-facilities elsewhere if they choose to. So it's their, obviously, I don't want to say it's their right. They applied for a COPCN because under statute they have to.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I would also remind this board that at a state level, the state is very, very cautious about handing out these COPCNs when different hospital groups are looking to establish in a community. And there's a reason why they don't just get handed out. Ultimately, it dilutes the investment that others in the community that are currently providing a service are willing to continue to make in your community. So I'm not saying that ultimately we won't approve this, but I think we need some more information about what's going to happen here. And do we have a problem with the transport that's currently going on, either with the county or with MedFleet? If there is a problem, then we need to address that with Chief Stevens or with MedFleet. I suspect there's not. And I suspect that this is more about cost savings for an institution than it is for patient care in the community.
Chief Stevens, anything?
Yeah, that's, we haven't had any issues with MedFleet. When we have had issues in the past with MedFleet, when they first started, we would contact their chief of operations and they would take care of it immediately, so.
Typically, would a transport company have an issue with it? I mean, would they speak that they have an issue with bringing another one in? Would they protest it? You said
Yes,
that they
ma'am.
did
That's
not protest
correct.
it. And
That's correct.
normally they would.
Normally, yes, they would contest it.
Okay. Commissioner Bays.
Well, I'm going to stand by my second. I think this is a good thing. I think Tampa General has been an amazing partner with us so far. I know that they put up with a lot of things with the standalone emergency room. It's not germane to this motion, but many times people show up there from the Access Center at live stream and they cannot get those people released out and they're not being taken back. So what this company has taken on in other factors, and again, this is an inter-facility transport, and I know many times that our county, given geographics, the dispatch for an ambulance and getting to those places, it takes time. And so if you're taking an ambulance out of this county down to Tampa or to one of their other facilities, round trip, you're taking that ambulance out of service in our community probably for a good 4 hours plus. And I don't think this is a bad thing. I think this makes sense. You know, when you're trying to run a business, it is a business, and you're always looking for cost savings measures, and I'm going to stand by my second. I think this is, it's being a good partner with them.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, you're up.
Next up on the agenda is E11.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
Any communication from the public on this? Seeing none, does the board have any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-1 until Ms. Davis gets back. Next on the agenda is E12.
Motion to approve E12.
We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Any public comment? Seeing none, any comment from the board? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
4-1 until Ms. Davis gets back. E13.
Motion to approve E13.
Second.
Any comment from the public? Seeing none, any comment from the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. E14.
Motion to approve E14.
Second.
Motion by Kennard, second by Bennigan. Any public comment? Seeing none, board comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion to approve E15.
Second.
Any public comment? Seeing none, any board comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. E16.
Motion to approve E16.
Second.
Any board public comment? Any board comment? All those in favor on E16?
Aye.
Madam Chair, can we go back to starting with
11.
E12?
11,
Or E11,
actually.
I'm sorry.
I for all, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then I just voted on 16 with y'all.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E17.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. Is there any public comment on E17? Is there any board discussion?
Understand, we're applying to get our money back.
Why was I so fast? I knew you would have a comment.
8 years of it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E18.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E18? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E19, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E19? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E20, A, B.
Second.
Turn the page, A and B.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E20? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E21.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E21? Is there any board discussion?
I'll just point out for the record, E21 and E22, just because it says 7-Eleven, Homosassa, and Tidal Wave Car Wash, we're required to accept the utility lines in the right-of-way, so just so the public doesn't go crazy.
They're gonna go crazy.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E22.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment on E22? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E23, A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E23? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E24.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E24? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E25.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E25? Any board discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I don't know, Aaron, if this is the time we want to talk about this or not. Everyone's looking at me. What?
I just had one thing when you're done. I just
Okay.
want to introduce Joseph is actually in the audience, the new contract monitor,
Oh, great.
just so the board.
Oh, that will be great. Okay, I thought you were waiting,
No,
like
just so
everyone's waiting,
he's
what I'm
here.
saying. Since this is the 5th of 6 months, and I feel like I brought this to you all to be a good partner with the former warden, nothing's changed in the 6 months, or 5 months so far, which I'm sad to say. So I'm sure Aaron and Mr. Howard's going to want some direction from the board of when we implement the fees again. And not a slight to the current warden at all, because they now have a new warden, but it's like we're trying everything. So I want the fees to increase, possibly up to the highest amount. I'm sure they're all going to want to see what this board wants to do. Core Civic, we understand that there's employee problems everywhere, and what does a business do to get employees? They fix things, whether it's the pay, whether it's the benefits, the culture, something. That's not our role. We cannot fix that for them. That is a business decision. But what we can do is hold their feet a little bit more to the fire and say, we're serious. There was another death that happened. It's being investigated, so I'm not saying if this was because of lack of employees or not. I wouldn't know that. But we owe it to our community to do what we can to make sure that they get to the levels they need to be. So that's my suggestion. I'm sure, as Erin kind of smiles, she's going to want direction of when they bring it back again, and maybe that will happen next month since they get one more month waived. Maybe it's just something for y'all to think about right now, but we're going to have to make a decision when these fees get implemented again. Thank you.
Sounds like we bring them back at what's stated in the contract.
I concur.
Mr. Howard, you,
Maybe just stand up, just say we got a face with a name, but he's hitting the ground running, over 28 years of experience in corrections and law enforcement. So he's doing a good job hitting the ground running, so we're pleased to have him here.
Great.
thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, did I do public comment on this? I think I did. Yes. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E26, A, B, C, D, and E.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. Is there any public comment on E26? Seeing none, board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E27, A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. Is there any public comment? Any board discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So this looks like it's property, approximately 2.5 acres to fire, and it's very near Floral City Park. And I understand that we have an ordinance in place that, you know, staff has to identify what is surplus, and then they bring it to us and we declare it as surplus, and maybe that needs to change. So it's not that I wouldn't approve if we want to call this surplus, but I definitely don't want this to be surplus and then we sell it. So maybe it is surplus right now, but that's near a park and that's in Floral City. And you know what, 15 years from now, it might be needed. 30 years from now, it might be needed. And how this board has sometimes said, oh, other boards didn't do enough with roads and, you know, now we're stuck with this. I don't want a board to say that about us years later, that, wow, they got rid of every single property they had and the county's so grown and we need a fire station, or this was, you know, a water facility, but for whatever the needs the board will have years to come. So that's something else I'd like us to look into, is maybe changing that practice of how everything has to be surplus and selling things off. So it's my understanding it can be declared surplus and not be sold right now if I vote yay to this. Is that right, Madam Attorney?
Yes.
Well, I
Madam
just
Chair, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Commissioner Schleba, you withdraw your second?
Yes, I will.
I think Commissioner Finnegan makes a very good point. I love the idea that it's next to the park. You know what? Bad on me. Got past me. So I don't want to declare this as surplus right now. I think this is something that we should hold on to, and there might be a need for it.
Thank you.
I'll chime in and say that I've had discussions with Mr. Howard along these same lines, that as we grow, we need to make doggone sure we're not getting rid of county-owned property only to turn around and need something 10 years from now and pay a ridiculous amount for it. So the little lots here and there that are little residential lots sometimes that we get for tax liens or whatever, sure, understandable. But anything that we could conceivably need in the future, we need to be really careful about that.
So, Madam Chair, I make a motion to deny E27, A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays to deny. Second by Commissioner Schleba to deny. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion?
Yes, I'm glad that Commissioner Bays, this is her district, so I was following your lead because this is your district, so it's a good point that this is next to the park. So I agree with this motion to deny.
All those in favor?
Aye.
What?
Aye.
What?
Sorry. Just if you want to have that broader policy discussion also, because your policy is now that the land section does seek to declare everything surplus that you have and to sell it. So I'm sure they would appreciate if your policy direction is, you know, you want to maybe tap the brakes on that. Maybe you can have some discussion on that when you're done with this motion.
Okay.
I know they work really hard to try to keep up with all of the properties.
Okay. Did I hear four in favor of denial? Yes?
No, I approve. Approve denying it.
Okay, so all those in favor of denying, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion to deny carries unanimously.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I, obviously, what our county attorney is saying is correct, because 2 boards ago, there was a big discussion about we are not in the business of owning land, you know, surplus land, and to get rid of it. So with this,
this board needs to give direction to staff of how are they going to pick and choose what surplus land they're going to look at deeper and what they're going to just put on to get rid of. And I don't know how you do that, other than.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Well, I spoke about this at length yesterday, so I hope the board is in favor of doing that, but I was going to bring it up under my name for the next meeting and have staff look at that, because we do need some things in place to say what land we would want to get rid of and what we wouldn't. But I don't think every chunk of land should be surplus. We need to keep property. We need to think of our future in this community.
So, Madam Chairman, can we do it today, or do we need to wait?
Madam Attorney?
I think you can do it either way. Consistent with what the chairman said about the typical platted lots in, residential subdivisions that we acquire through tax deed, maybe staff can just draft maybe a policy. Maybe, those you may want to continue to try to sell. But maybe if it's not those typical platted subdivision lots that we get back for taxes, that each of those has to be brought to you.
Mr. Howard?
I was just saying, just give us some time, we'll come back with something. I mean, we just gotta
Come
look at it.
back with something.
Yeah, right now
Okay.
your policy's a little different. We can change it, correct it, get it what you like, and we'll make it happen.
Thank you.
Residential lots seems pretty easy starting point.
I agree.
Okay. All right. E28.
Motion to approve E28.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E28? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E29?
Second?
I'm sorry? Okay. Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Did you want to invite someone up?
Oh, no, we'll do the next one.
Okay. Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E30.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment?
Just for the board, I don't know if you, Daniel from ICE is here, who's working through a lot of this airport stuff with this, so I didn't know if anybody wanted to hear from him. If not, we're fine.
Board?
I'm good.
Okay.
Everyone's good? All
Thank
those-
you for being here.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to, go ahead.
Motion to approve E31 A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. Is there any public comment on E31? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E32.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public comment on E32? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion
Madam-
to approve E33. Oh,
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
your
Finnegan.
attorney's wanting to talk to you.
I can do it after you do this, if someone would give me 1 second to butt in.
It can be after we vote on this?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
Okay. Is there any public comment on E33? Any board comment? Huh? Okay.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. E33 is a wonderful program for our county. And the more people that we get, the more seniors we get to volunteer. I think it's great that you can give back maybe, gas money or whatever to those people that are out there doing it. In Beverly Hills area, there are at least 3 groups that go out there. There's one that takes people, if you need to go to the doctor and you can't drive, They'll pick you up at your house, they take you to the doctor, they wait with you, and then they bring you home. We have some really, really good older volunteers, and we need to make sure we give them the recognition. It may not only be $5, but that's $5 more than they got.
Anyone else? Board, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, if I might indulge the board and request that you consider reconsidering E28 and E29 to add a provision that the chairwoman is authorized to sign the grants electronically.
Motion to approve as requested.
Well,
It's motion to reconsider.
Oh.
I'm sorry, 28 and E29 to add authorization for the chairwoman to sign the documents electronically.
does it have to be the original motion maker, or just anyone can make a motion to reconsider?
Anyone on the winning side of the motion can make a motion to reconsider. I believe those were both unanimous.
Okay, all of us were, so.
Madam Chair, on E28, motion to reconsider to allow the chair to sign electronically.
Second.
Can it be a dual motion like that, the signature as well as the reconsideration?
Actually, it's the motion to reconsider first. You have to vote on that, and then you vote on whether to add that provision. I apologize.
Madam Chair, motion to reconsider E28.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard to reconsider. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
motion to approve the chairman to sign electronically
E28.
on E28.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chairman, motion to reconsider E29.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chairman, motion to approve E29 with giving the chairman the authority to sign electronically.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I apologize. We had like 5 million notes between various staff members to not forget that, and we all forgot it, so I apologize.
It's just what makes this job fun. That
Madam
was
Chair,
sarcasm
motion to
fun.
approve E34.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public comment on E34? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm glad we pulled E35 because I was not going to be in favor of that. Feel like we got ripped off.
Already did 36.
We already did 36, so E37.
Madam Chair, motion to approve, you said we did, oh, that's right, we did 36. Motion to approve E37.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment on E37? Yes, sir.
Hi, this is a discussion item, so I was hoping just to have a little back and forth with the board. and
It
get
says vote on mine.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Go right ahead.
So I have a
Oh,
brief
this was the part I was
presentation
looking
for
forward
you.
to.
So part of your strategic plan was to bring LDC amendments. We did that in July, and we covered a lot of ground. But based on one-on-one conversations with you and some workshops that we've been to hosted by the Chamber, we've gotten a lot of public feedback on finding balance on growth, preserving the nature coast. What can we do to find a balance? So I've kind of brainstormed and have 3 ideas I want to pitch to you. If you're in favor of them, I can bring them back at a later date in the form of amended ARs, ordinance amendments, and kind of an implementation plan on how we'll make it work. But for today's purposes, I just wanted to have a quick chat with you, pitch my ideas, and see if we got a yay or nay consensus from the board. So the three ideas are beautify citrus, a tree canopy and mitigation, and then finally conservation of lands. The first one is beautify citrus. So every month we take cases to code enforcement for illegally clearing lots, and when found guilty, those folks are fined between $1,000 and $5,000, and that money ends up going into the general fund. So our code enforcement staff and I had the idea of setting aside or earmarking those funds specifically for beautifying the county and providing landscaping, buffers, trees, flowers in public spaces. So that's pitch number one. And the idea behind that is mitigating the damage that others are doing and being found guilty of. So we're taking those funds and for damage that's done and improving it elsewhere, but elsewhere being accountable, being on public space, not just handing trees out to the public. So that's idea number one. Idea number two is a tree canopy and mitigation program. We currently have a tree mitigation program. It's due for an update. It's pretty dated, and when you're looking at it, I don't blame folks for cutting a tree down rather than preserving it when you can just write a small check to do so. So we want to do a carrot and a stick approach. We want to incentivize saving specimen trees, and there's a couple of ways you can do that. And then we want to rewrite the mitigation program, that would be the stick, where it's more costly for them to cut a tree down. Maybe they'll think twice about it before cutting it. If they choose to do so anyway, then we have a nice check in hand to provide tree canopy elsewhere. The good news about this, and the first two are things that we already do anyway, it's just modifying existing plans. The good news about this, we already have over $200,000 in a tree reforestation fund. Projects like the one on 44 that was recently cleared that they're building, they wrote a check. The Target development, they wrote a check. We just don't have a cohesive plan in place to spend that money and plant trees elsewhere. I think at one point we had a contract with the Key Training Center where they literally handed trees out to folks. There wasn't a lot of accountability there. I'm sure it's a wonderful program, but I would like to put a little bit more, Commissioner Basis, put a little bit more teeth in it. So I'd like to put a little bit more teeth in it, have us be responsible for replanting those trees and have the public participate in that program as well. I don't know what trees should go where and when and how, so I would like to have a county arborist on staff working with the public, and we have that in the budget. It was a long-range planner that we were unsuccessful able to fill. It'll be in this year's budget, just changing the job title, making it an arborist. So that's one option on making it implementing the program that doesn't cost, so far we haven't cost the county any money at all in these two programs.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
Excuse me
Sure.
for interrupting. Could you go back a slide, please? Where you just were. Can you go through your points under protect? You have parking reduction, cluster options, and density bonus. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, so that's the carrot version of incentivizing folks to save trees. You have this big parking lot. Maybe not all that parking is necessary. You know, oftentimes developers will develop a parking plan because we have minimum standards where we require them, whether they want it or not. If you have this many square footage, you have to have this many parking spaces. It may not work for them. It may not be needed for them. There's administratively, we can reduce that, but maybe we can further incentivize that where if you want to reduce 20% of your parking lot, depending upon the type of structure, in order to save a pocket of trees on the corner of your property, maybe that would be an incentivized where it doesn't cost them to provide all the extra asphalt. Cluster options, you can allow them to have the same number of dwelling units, but maybe they can cluster them and have smaller lots or smaller setbacks or put them closer together so you can have a set aside, which would end up being a park or green space for that community. And then finally, a density bonus. If you set aside 20% of your parcel, maybe you get a 20% density bonus in your development. So those are carrot ways which can actually save a developer money or make them more money, but also accomplish the goal of preserving some space on the property.
Thank you.
And then the mitigate is you cut it down, you write us a check, which both work to some extent, but we want to give some options. And then finally, conserve by purchasing threatened properties. We're about to engage a consultant to rewrite impact fees or update our impact fees. We're going to explore the options of expanding upon that, either through the parks. You know, I think a nickel or a dime of every dollar impact fee goes to all these different departments, parks being one of them. Maybe we can up that, or maybe we can add a line item to our impact fees when we do our study. I know of one county that has done that, where we can create a mitigation fee or a resiliency fee where we're buying properties. We, as the county, are buying properties to help make the county less vulnerable to storms, to flooding. Especially, I'm thinking in those properties west of 19 that go underwater several times a year, may not have a lot of development value, but have very high ecological value. And we have some of those on along the river, some of those swampy areas that are next to a lake. So there's a lot of opportunities there to set aside properties that really don't have a lot of value as far as the tax base, but they do have a lot of value as far as the little critters running around on them. So those are my 3 ideas. We can flesh those out further. I don't think it will cause an increase in taxes. It'll just be development paying for itself. So I'd like to have the permission or consensus of the board to kind of pursue those a little further and bring them back with some actual real plans to implement.
I, for one, love it. Board?
Yeah, I would support it. The only question that I've got, or I guess input that I would have on it, is rather than the county, and certainly maybe in some circumstances it wouldn't work, but rather than the county outright purchasing property for conservation, maybe practice some of what the state has done and purchase development rights, where maybe agricultural property would remain agriculture. They would sell their development rights to the county. So we're not actually acquiring the physical property itself. Just a thought, if things like that are available and we can maintain some of those properties, whether it's conservation property or agriculture property, but we don't actually have to own it,
Sure,
take
and
ownership of it.
There's multiple ways you can do that. The county can actually purchase it. The county can purchase development rights, or the county can partner with a third party like the Nature Conservancy, and we can, purchase it and donate it to them where they can manage the property, and we're not on the hook for managing it. So there's multiple ways you can do that.
I like it.
Yeah, Commissioner Simpson's program is fantastic, and I believe mostly fund anybody that steps up to the plate. I think the county can do a better job at trying to push that for ag preservation with the state funds, but certainly it's a good idea to tag onto that if needed. But if I never see another granddaddy oak cut down, it'll be a wonderful day. So I know we can't save all of them, but I like the direction you're going in. Anyone else want to talk about this? Commissioner Finnegan?
I love everything that you brought before us. There's only one point that I might be a little cautious of, and that's the density bonus. I don't know what ecological benefit we have. I don't know how much density that gets somebody, and then we're looking at a strain on infrastructure. So that's just the only part of it that I'm cautious, but everything else I like. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love this program. You and I have talked about it a lot. Oddly enough, just the other morning, driving, I heard Duke actually talk about the benefits of having shade trees and how it can reduce your electric bills. I know Alachua County has gone all in on this. I think it's a fabulous idea, especially almost requiring it in some of these larger developments that, we see these huge parking lots, and if you put some shade trees with canopy in them, you start to reduce that heat element down. I'd even like to see oak trees maybe in our medians where we have the grass medians, because it's not a maintenance hog. You can take the zero-turn mowers and go right around them, but it calms traffic, it drives the heat element down. And the other thing I think I would like us to look at is
making sure that these trees don't get put into power lines, so later on, when they grow up, then they get hacked up, that looks ugly. The other thing is, I would rather see better quality of material versus just quantity, so that if you're putting a tree in, the caliber matters, and whether it's, you're putting it in with a spade, or if they're putting it in with, that's just in a container. So better quality of material, I think, would be more advantageous to us. Plus, it makes sure that if they've got an investment in it, they're gonna maintain it. Because I hate when I drive by these developments and they put it in, it looks beautiful, and a year later, half of it's dead. And that's where, with code enforcement, I would love to see code really enforce that landscaping, because to me, that's as much about the development as the development itself, the brick and mortar. I know at one point, I'm not sure when we changed the density, and it used to go off of the footer, and now it goes off of the eave.
You can have a bit of an overhang on the eave.
So but the density, that's, the measurement is off of the eave and not off of the footer?
The setback would be from the property line to the vertical structure. But of course, the eave can have a certain amount of overhang into the setback.
So I think we're trying to put, 50 pounds of stuff into a 1 pound bag. So if we're given density, I think now we're kind of getting a little excessive. And, my biggest pet peeve is this cross access. In our code, I would like to see, if we're doing major developments where you're not driving through somebody else's parking lot to get to whatever the new development is. I think that is just a flawed policy. Somebody buys a piece of property, they're paying taxes on it, they're maintaining their parking lot. Now, all of a sudden, the next person moves in next to them, and we're requiring them to give them cross-access to get to their development. That's just poor planning, and I don't like it, not one bit. I think it's horrible.
Eric, excellent. We've been found, obviously. You're getting ahead of this. Other counties, like you said, have taken impact fees, raised them up for parks. This is where we need to hit the development, is in the impact fees. I think Commissioner Bays got off the rails a little bit on the cross-access, but hallelujah. Who doesn't like cross-access on private property? Me. So thank you for saying that, and you can look that case up, brothers and sisters. So I hope this board will. I don't know when the impact fees, when is it due to come back?
We're actually bringing a contract for a consultant at the next meeting, I believe,
Okay.
or it's penciled in for the next meeting.
Okay.
And then I think it would be March, we would be eligible to adopt new impact fees, so they're gonna go ahead and get started.
Because I want to encourage staff, I want to encourage this board. When we had zero impact fees, we didn't have a boom of growth. People are gonna pay the impact fees, developers put it in there, and so don't be afraid to increase the impact fees, because when there is new development, which we're getting, there is an impact. And if you want good parks and you want these things, you have to look at it. And this is why I'm so thankful to have somebody like you working for Citrus County, Eric. This is spot on, and it is great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bays.
So, Eric, I had a long conversation last night with Eddie Labrador about something that's coming up later on our agenda, and you and I have had conversations about mobility fees, and I don't quite understand them, but he really encouraged me to look at them over just straight impact fees. And what little bit of information I garnered out of it, he said you get a lot more. sometimes than just on your impact. You can pick up sidewalks, you can pick up bike paths. There's other things built into it on the mobility fee side. I don't know. I know next week I'm going to legislative conference. So it's something that we're going to sit down and hash out more. But have you talked to this new consultant?
We just are in the beginning phases, but I went to an MPO meeting, a technical committee a couple months ago, and Hernando just went through this same process. They're just a few months ahead of us. And I asked them about, did they inquire about mobility fees? And their county attorney wrote a brief on the comparison of the two. I have that, so I can email that to
awesome.
you. It's just kind of like a 3-pager, simple, this is what this is this fee, this is this fee, this is the difference. So, that's something we can certainly look into.
And again, I mean, I'm going off the rails again, but if we're going to be bringing back changes, I'm still very interested in putting something in to protect our agricultural side of our community, getting an overlay, much like Marion County did with the horse country. Because the last thing I want to see is our ag side get raped and pillaged.
100% agree.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, just, Eric wasn't here at the time, so I don't know if he understood exactly what Commissioner Bays was talking about, but what you're referring to is the side lot setback. We used to measure from the eave to the lot line. Now we measure from the wall of the structure to the lot line. So yes, we did change it from.
I thought it was the opposite. I
No,
thought it
we
used to
made
be
it-
from the side wall and now it's the eave.
No, that would have made the setback smaller and they couldn't fit on 40-foot lots. So we had to change it so that the measurement went to the side of the dwelling so that they could fit on 40. Some of the developments needed that to fit on the 40-foot wide lots. So
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we made it more dense.
Exactly.
While I have a captive audience, I'm going to ask a couple others. Accessory dwellings on single-family lots. I know that was talked about a lot at a recent meeting, and now we have two standards. We have a standard for 850 square foot or less, and then we have a standard for the bigger lots. One requires a conditional use, the other one does not. So if you're okay with it, I'm going to bring it back and make it consistent one way or the other. If you're going to have an accessory, you need a conditional use, or you don't, because it seemed to be some frustration on the board on why does one have one standard and why does the
That was a
other?
long and painful
Yeah, and it
discussion,
was-
as I recall.
It was the end of a long day, so maybe if we bring it back to some fresh ears, it'll,
Maybe a little deeper briefing before the meeting.
okay.
I agree with that, obviously.
Have you forgiven me yet?
No.
I think we did a really good thing on
Oh.
giving some options, but I think there's just one more detail. If we tweak it, it'll make it easier or better for folks. And then another one that came up, and it's because of this is particularly interesting during storm season, and our community rating system and flood insurance is freeboard. We currently build 1 foot above freeboard. Do you want to explore what the options would be for 2 foot of freeboard, which, it's just another step towards making us more resilient?
Yes.
I have some feelings about that.
Sure.
Because when we talked about it yesterday, when I asked what freeboarding was, I understand that for flood insurance, we could get a better rating and may save us money, but you had said there's a laundry list of other things to accomplish also. So before we start doing this 2 feet above, I would rather see us accomplish the other whatever that laundry list is before a change is made to that. I think we could make the change, but it does nothing for us. It doesn't save money. It doesn't do anything for the homeowner. It's just more expensive for everybody without a savings in return.
I would agree. Let's look at, if it's not going to, if it's not gonna move the needle on our flood insurance rating, alone, then let's look at the other things that need to be done as well. If we're gonna do this as a package, these 3 things, maybe it includes an additional foot of freeboard, then I could buy into it. But if it's just bringing that one thing back, what does that do to our flood insurance? Nothing. Well, all we've done is drive up the cost of of elevating a home.
So perhaps I could bring back the list of things. We're currently at a 5 in our community rating system, which saves us 25% of your insurance rate in the flood zone. So maybe I can bring back a list that would make us eligible for a 4, and we can prioritize that list and see which ones we want to pursue or rank them.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile looking at for sure.
Okay, that was my list, unless the board had any others that they wanted to.
Your work makes me happy. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
All right. I'll be back.
Okay, so there's no vote needed apparently on this, so strike that. E38.
I'm sorry,
So
Madam
do we
Clerk,
have to
was
rescind
there, was there a motion?
There was a motion.
We need to rescind it, yeah,
And I rescind my second.
okay, thank you. Not if we don't have a vote, but we're gonna have a second open to the public. You know, I love you, but I can't make exceptions. All right, E38.
Motion to approve E38.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E38? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Howard, outstanding commission
Nothing
items.
to add,
and-
other than we continue to keep it updated online and
Okay.
give you additional information
Thank you.
as needed.
G1,
Is just seeking confirmation of Louis Foltzer. Louis has a master's degree, Master of Science in Information Security and Assurance, and a bachelor's degree in Information Technology, lots of certifications, and currently is on the IT Standing Committee for the National Association of Counties. So highly recommend his appointment today.
outstanding.
He's in the audience.
Would you like to
Come
say
on
hello?
forward. If he could come forward, that'd be great, Louis.
And I understand he's a big Georgia Tech fan.
You really had
That's
to
right,
go there?
hey, that's it. But he'll do good work for us. It was highly recruited, about 41 applicants for this. They looked at 9, a whole panel. And so congratulations to Louis. We actually worked together in the past, but I know he'll do a great job. Very customer service focused and has done a lot of achievements nationally and within the state of Georgia and also Florida.
Mr. Foltzer, hello, welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. A little bit about me. I've spent the last 20 years plus doing IT work. The last 16 years were in county government. Had a lot of achievements. With NACO right now, I actually work with the Friends of the AI Committee. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The things we're working on right now within the AI committee is workforce, is what I'm specifically working with, and how to use that within the environment in a secure manner. One of the things that's happening right now across the country is people are using AI just willy-nilly. They're inputting all kind of information in there, and all this information is being stored right now in these servers. People are actually individually looking at all this information. So one of the things I hope to bring to Citrus County is a good policy and also work with the rest of the department heads, which I've met. And I'd like to say they are a great group of people. But I am very excited about coming on board and working with the rest of the team and sharing and bringing my knowledge and experience to the county.
Thank you, Mr. Foltzer.
Thank you.
Board, somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Yeah,
Welcome
we have to
aboard, and I'll
we-
make a motion to formally accept you as our Chief Information Officer.
Second.
Thank you very much.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Welcome aboard.
Welcome
Thank you.
aboard.
He likes to fish. He said, so at least we got some lakes for him to be able to do that in around here.
Yeah,
So
I'm
he'll
definitely
fit right
looking
in.
forward to that, yeah.
And I'm hearing the Georgia accent. All
Yes,
right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Look forward to coming on board.
All right, Mr. Howard.
I'm going to call Eric up for this one. actually, even has my name on it, just the way the code is written. So I know the applicant, some of those folks are in the audience. They sent a document last night. They're not doing a presentation, but you all have that information. But just so you know, they are in the audience. Is what they told me they would be.
Yes, this is an applicant that's coming back, but this time they're going to request a developer's agreement. So this is permission for them to initiate that discussion with the board.
Okay.
And then if the board agrees, then they'll come forward with a future application.
Thank you. Board?
Motion to approve, G2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Schleba. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, any board discussion? And just so the public knows, this is just an application to work with staff. This is not approval of anything actually being developed at this time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I-1.
Oh, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
I-1.
It's your district. You should take the lead
Yes.
on that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bays. Make a motion to nominate Richard Fontaine, who would like to be appointed onto the Beverly Hills Advisory Council as a regular member and to fill the term that will expire January 31st, 2025.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, committee reports from commissioners. That's just this. We'll move on to our own stuff after. Commissioner Kennard.
Nothing.
Commissioner Finnegan. Nothing. Commissioner Bays.
Yes, we had a Public Safety Coordinating Council meeting, and we will be developing a plan for our behavioral health out of that. We're putting together a team. However, I am going to say I was a little surprised when Mr. Hankey said that they don't do preventative care at Lifestream. So I'm not sure why that is. Haven't really had a chance to speak with him since, but that is a little concerning to me. And again, the Public Safety Coordinating Council, the reason that matters is because by statute, we're required to have this. It really has to do with our jail. And as we know, we end up with a number of people in jail that have either addiction or a mental health, and it could be from one or the other. And in order to prepare these people to re-enter back into the community, we need these services. We need, some continuum of care. We need follow-up or preventative care, hopefully, to keep them out of jail and to have a productive life. So, again, we've worked really hard to get where we're going in the Public Safety Coordinating Council. I think we're making a little bit of headway. Still have a long way to go. That's it.
Commissioner Schleba. Committee?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. I had the Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation meeting, and I am pleased to report, because I was a little puzzled, that apparently the clerk, Madam Clerk Angela Vick, wanted me to be on that board to clean up the audits. And I'm like, okay, I'm a strategic planner and a communications expert, not so sure about auditing. But I'm pleased to report that we got such a clean audit this year, and I did really put my shoulder into that and helping that happen, that she is now no longer going to be doing the audits. She is putting it off on the outside firm that does them much less expensively and with not quite the, she's very dedicated in her job, and she really wants to always be doing the audits for anything that's a little bit problematic. To be clear, there was never any financial malfeasance. It was just, we all know now that we're commissioners how difficult it is to dot all the i's and cross all the t's for legal aspects. So it was a clean audit. Also, our investment chair said that we're in the top 2% of funds nationally in terms of how well we are doing with that money. We have about 14 million in that account. Okay, Kay, Commissioner Schleybaugh, do you have anything?
Madam Chair, can I
Yes.
go back? I neglected to mention the MPO meeting. There wasn't a lot of heavy lifting there, but we did, there was consensus on the board that we agreed to move forward with our long-term transportation plan. That will come back to the MPO at the next meeting for formal approval. One thing that did surface out of that, and I got a little bit of clarification afterwards, is that in our transportation improvement plan or alternative transportation plan, multi-purpose paths, sidewalks, things like that, that is where the current Withlacoochee Trail resurfacing program is coming from that list of projects. And then for the most part, the projects alternate between Hernando and Citrus County beyond that one. So that's the first priority right now. Then we'll go to, I believe the number 2 project on that list, I believe, is the sidewalk on Croft Avenue. The problem, or on Independence rather, the problem with that is that we have not yet submitted our application for that project to be funded to, I believe the application will go to DOT. I talked with Walt afterwards, and he said that is in the works, that application will be forthcoming. The problem with it is that Hernando County has multiple applications in for their different projects. So when funding comes available, if we're next in line and our project does not have an application in, they skip right over it and it goes right to Hernando County again. And if funding is available again, they skip over ours because we still don't have an application. I understand we have a lot of moving pieces right now, so does Hernando County, but we need to get applications in for some of these projects if we want them to be funded by DOT, if we want them to continue to be a priority for the MPO, those applications have to be submitted. And the commissioners, a bit in jest, said they were perfectly fine if we didn't submit any applications because that way their projects would get done much faster. So that did come out of that meeting. And again, like I said, I spoke with Walt afterwards, and he assured me that they were working on that sidewalk application down Independence, which is sorely needed.
Commissioner Bays?
It's my understanding, though, that when we submit those applications, it requires some match dollars from the county to go into them. And that's something that we've never funded. We haven't filled out the applications because we don't put any dollars towards them.
I don't know on the transportation alternative projects that they do, that it may, and I don't know, okay? It may be that when that application comes up or when that project comes up, then you've got to put the money forward and DOT will match it. But one of the projects on that list was the multi-purpose path from LaGrone Park over to 486. We've talked a lot about getting from Three Sister Springs Trail over to LaGrone Park. Well, ultimately, we want to get that to 486. We need to get an application in for that. But I don't know. It wouldn't make sense to me that we put an application in with money and then it sits there for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. There may be a commitment to a certain degree of funding, but I don't know that the county would have to give that to the MPO or to DOT at the time we send the application in.
Because I asked that very question. I'm like, it's been 2 years and we don't have an application in. And I was told it's because we're not committing to the funds.
Well, we can find out about that, if the funds have to go in with the application, or if it's just a commitment that the county is going to put these amount of funds into the project.
While you have the floor, Pirates Cove.
Yeah, speaking of committing funds, just a brief history on this. This project, or this property, was listed by the owner a couple of years ago, and we started down the road of inquiring to possibly acquire it, make it part of the existing park that's right there off of Sand Dollar. Pirates Cove, I believe, is right in that 4-acre neighborhood. It abuts our existing park. And ultimately, the owner of the property pulled it off the market, pulled the listing, and went through a process. I don't know that it was a lot reconfiguration or exactly what the term of that process was, but she ultimately got the property divided up into multiple residential lots. And the plan at this point, if the county is not successful in acquiring the entire piece of property, is to sell those off to build individual residents. This is truly a unique piece of property. We were just talking earlier in the meeting about expanding parks. That's exactly why we collect park impact fees, is for the purpose of expanding parks, expanding capacity of our parks. I don't know that there is another privately owned piece of property in the county that has the quality of water that flows by this thing that Pirates Cove does. It is truly beautiful out there when you get out on that water's edge. A gorgeous piece of property. I would love to see the county acquire this and become part of the park. Naturally, there's a process we have to go through. Process of getting appraisals. I don't believe we can rely on the old appraisals. It was a different platted piece of property at that time. Now with multiple parcels there, I've no doubt that the appraisals will be different. I don't know higher or lower, but the appraisals will be different. My suggestion is that, and what I'm looking for is just consensus. Is this a piece of property that the board is interested in? I believe that that it's going to take some public involvement, it's going to take some private involvement, but ultimately, I believe that we can make this happen, that truly would be a destination park for the county. I think 3 appraisals would be appropriate.
You know I've been on board with that from the beginning, so.
I know you've been there. I appreciate it. That's the right place to be.
I love kayaking out there. Anyone? Commissioner Bays.
I'm not opposed to these type of things, but where does the money come from?
I would start with park impact fees. That's specifically why we collect them, to expand our parks. And this project is ripe for those types of funds.
And what's our fund balance in Park Impact?
Both in District 1 fees, whatever is there, however much is left there, I don't know what's there, before we went to a county-wide park impact fee. There should be significant funds there. If there's not enough funds there, ultimately, whatever we would end up paying for the property, then we can look to Duke Special Projects funds, or our Duke Special Projects Fund. Those funds are being set aside specifically for projects that are not a recurring cost. This would be a one-time thing. We're buying a piece of property for passive recreation out there.
So I saw this on the agenda. So in 21, it was on the market at $825,000. And apparently, I guess, in November of 21, there was an offer of $616,000, and it was rejected. And I'm not sure, like what it would, I can remember this coming before us, Mr. Decker bringing it to us, I think it was in 2012 or 2013 for a development. And I don't know what happened, I don't remember the details. But and again, I'm not opposed, but I feel like we have a whole laundry list of things in this county that have had, there's so many deficits that we haven't funded for so long. And I'm just concerned that if we take something like this on and then we're taking it off the tax rolls, so it's not just the cost, you're taking it off the tax rolls, then what is the ongoing maintenance upkeep and cost of something like this, and, you know, it's like anybody's budget. Can we afford it right now?
Let me answer those questions. First of all, a formal offer was never made. We got to the appraisals part of it. We got the numbers on the appraisal, and a formal offer was never made on the property before. I don't know if it was a falling out between she and the realtor, or she got upset at the county for not moving fast enough. I don't know, but a formal offer was never made. If we're going to pull, like we did earlier today, if we're going to pull property from being declared surplus because we want to hang on to it and ultimately expand our parks, which when we get this impact fee study, they're going to tell us in that study how many additional acres of parks that we need to have, that we need to be looking at. And that isn't land that's going to be gifted to us. Now, you remember there was a piece of property out there that was gifted to us that you had a large part in talking with the property owner when she passed and ultimately gifted it to the county. But if we're not going to use park impact fees to purchase property to expand our parks, then we shouldn't be doing a study on them, and we shouldn't be collecting them from people building. That's exactly why we collect park impact fees, is for expansion of capacity of our parks. This one is teed up nicely that it's right there, and it is a beautiful, beautiful spot to expand the park. And passive recreation is minimal upkeep. We're doing minimal upkeep out there at the ramp now, at the end of Sand Dollar. I think passive recreation is picnic tables, grills, simple stuff, but it allows public access to those waters in perpetuity.
Commissioner Schlebaugh?
If I remember in 2021, it was the three of us, and you got me on board to support this if we could get some state funding for this piece of property. And I still think it's a good idea where you're going. I do disagree with you saying this is why we collect impact fees for this particular project. We want to collect impact fees on parks for all the districts. And so my question to you is, you're going to start with District 1's impact fees and then go to the other district impact fees countywide, but like District 3 has a pot of money that is like District 1's, that's the impact fees before it went countywide. Are you planning on touching that money?
No, we can't.
Okay.
No.
Okay, good, because and then.
I wouldn't do that. In fact, I still think that there needs to be a new field
Absolutely,
constructed
that's
out there.
where I was going.
Commissioner Carnahan had talked about it for years up here, that we needed a new football. And I've told him, and I've said it up here with this board, I will support that.
Yeah.
That needs to happen. District 1, though, not just District 1, countywide, and I think regionally, this piece of property is something that needs to be secured for the public use.
I agree with you about preserving land, especially on the water. I think Commissioner Bays has brought up an excellent idea, though. Our thought that we need to think about is we're going to take that off the tax rolls. And how much is that going to affect us? And if we are going to move forward with this, and you've been working on it a long time, then I would encourage you to really look at increasing the park impact fee part for all this new development that's coming. Don't do 50%. This board really needs to look at it so we can preserve lands like this.
Well, let me respond to both of those. Every single acre of property that this board and future boards purchases to expand our parks is property coming off the tax roll.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have it both ways. Either you expand the parks or you keep exactly the same acreage and tax everything around it. So yes, I agree. It is coming off of the tax rolls once it comes into the public hands. As far as the impact fees go, I can't see any way that this board doesn't do anything, but anything short of 100% of what will be recommended in that study. Now, we'll see what happens when the study comes back, but there will be some very heated discussion, I believe, if anyone on the board tries to reduce EMS, is it fire and law enforcement, libraries, parks, roads. Pick out one that doesn't need to be supported by new growth. You got an uphill climb to make that argument.
And if I may, what I'm saying to you is you have to be able to defend to the public, and this board has been the most transparent to the public, even though they don't always want to hear it, but say, listen, I am going to take it off the tax roll, but this is how it's going to benefit your quality of life. That's why I was saying she brought up a good point, because all you might hear if we don't have that conversation about taking land off the tax rolls is you're going to hear, oh, he's just, doing pet projects.
Right.
And I just want to encourage you to really educate the public on how beneficial this could be for us.
Oh, sure. There's great discussion and great points. Parks aren't important to everybody. Schools aren't important to everybody. Maybe roads aren't important to everybody. But as the board, as the policy board elected to make these decisions for the county as a whole, I agree, we need to state our case, we need to outline why it's important, and stay the course for the better good of the community. And expanding our parks, however unpopular it might be with some, is part of what we need to do.
Commissioner Finnegan.
If you're looking for some sort of consensus, you have my full support. You make some very good points, and we talk about tax rolls and things for money. I feel like the little bit that's coming off that property, I'm not sure what it is, isn't moving the needle in our county forward. But people talk about, well, roads, and we have all these, we're always going to have expenses. But the number one thing that I hear from constituents now is a balance between growth and nature. And people have a lot of ecological concerns, and rightly so that they have those concerns. And I think that we should be doing more of this, actually. And it is right next door to a park, and it's on the water, and it helps with that mitigating circumstance, and the flood water's rising. It really helps on a lot of those fronts. So I think that we should take a really good look at this. And in the future, if we are going to allow more and more development, we are going to have to grow our parks, or we're not going to be the nature coast that we keep promising that we're going to maintain. So you have my support.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that.
Mine as well. Nature first.
Great.
Commissioner Schleba, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Bays, where are you?
This is just a consensus to evaluate?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Great.
You got all five of us.
Thank you all. Great conversation.
Commissioner do you have anything else before I move on?
No.
Commissioner Finnegan? Commissioner Bays?
No.
So I have two things.
You don't want mine? You haven't asked me for me.
Yeah, I did.
No, you skipped over me for him. Absolutely.
I asked you about, I did.
From MPO.
I did, but then he brought up MPO.
No,
I
you skipped
swear to
over
God
me.
I did.
It doesn't matter. It's my turn.
Please, go right ahead.
Thank you. Gotta fight for every little thing I got, and I do forgive you. Couple things.
I'm replaying the tape tonight, right?
I forgive Holly. I want to talk to you about parks and connectivity with Beverly Hills, which I've been pushing for 4 years. I did get the pickleball court, and that took 4 years. But can we also still look at District 3 and that money sitting there and connectivity? And we have talked about a sports complex, and so just keep it going. So I also want to mention, I had the opportunity to go to the Dublin for the Florida State Georgia Tech game. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because while I went there on vacation, I did some work for the county on my own dime, and I had the pleasure of going to the Lord Mayor's mansion and representing Citrus County and giving them some little doodahs and having the opportunity to see how different governments work. And it was a pleasure. I got to meet with the current Lord Mayor. They only serve for 1 year. There's 22 political parties in Ireland. 22. And I got to meet with the former Lord Mayor of the city of Dublin, Dermot Lacey, and we got a chance to talk about how do you handle different things, roads, workforce housing, and same issues we're dealing with, same. Except he has to deal with 21 other different parties, and their council meetings are insane. So we're very lucky to just have 5 opinions here. And then I was Team Florida State, because Team Julia, and Jerry was Team Catherine, Georgia Tech. I picked Florida State because I thought for sure they'd win. Georgia Tech won. It was very exciting, and I got to meet the Lord Mayor because he was at the Georgia Tech pep rally. That's why, and I got to meet Casey DeSantis at the Florida State. Did you see her? Did you go to the pep rally? Yes. I got to talk to Casey DeSantis, our First Lady. So that was very exciting to see Florida represented, and the tourism that they bring to Dublin, that every business had Florida State, Georgia Tech, because they were so excited to have all those dollars being pumped in to Ireland, not just in Dublin, all across Ireland. So that was very excited to be part representing Florida. Then when I went to Scotland, I got an opportunity to meet with the assistant provost, which the chair of Councillor Marin Reed, and I also got to meet with the Councillor Ian Brown and talk about Citrus County and tourism. I did your job there for you for free, and talked about manatees a lot. And it was just really exciting. I got to have tea with them. And, I brought up, hey, how are you doing workforce housing? And he's like, it's a problem. It's such a problem. So just to go across the ocean and see that what we're dealing with, they're dealing with. And, when I got to go to the city of Inverness, how exciting to represent our little Inverness with their Inverness. And they were delightful, and I might move over there and join one of the 22 parties, and I think Scotland even had even more. And so I just wanted to let you know I was there representing us, and it was a pleasure, and it's been a pleasure to serve. So thank you all. And
I don't think they could handle you.
they said that, I have to say, both countries are crazy. I did get to go to Buckingham Palace too, but I did not get to meet the king. So I'll catch that next time. But they are so green. And so they said that our Democratic Party makes their Democratic Party makes our Democratic Party look like the most conservative people going. So it was really interesting to listen to the different policies and the politics of other countries, but very green. They're very green, Rebecca. So. You guys can tackle that later.
What a really cool update. And I just have one question for Commissioner Kennard. Oh boy. Did you have tea with anyone fancy while you were over there?
No. But I did meet a couple from New York. I did meet a couple from New York who, when he found out we're from Crystal River, was excited to tell me how much they love the Manatee Festival. And they winter in Homosassa.
Oh, that's awesome.
Maybe in Dublin, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I asked
Crazy.
Our tourism director, about the manatees, because in London, they were very excited to hear about the manatees in Crystal River, and a lot of them didn't know about it. So it's great that we just approved the tourism to go into London and push those manatees. So anyway, thank you, and thank you for the opportunities.
Thank you, Commissioner Schleba. I should have brought this up when we were talking about the agenda. We have a quorum now for October 24th, and it would be Commissioners Kennard, Finnegan, and Schleba, is that correct? Okay. So it was going to be the three of us, we're all going to be at advanced commissioner training. Now it'll just be Commissioners Bays and myself. I have never missed a meeting before. This is a little awkward. And guess who's going to be chair? You ready for that?
Oh, sure.
It's not that easy. So I'm a little concerned if there's anything important on that agenda that two of us are out, but okay.
Madam Chairman, you had asked about switching it, and I don't mind if it's the 24th or the 29th. It's just the 29th is Commissioner Bays' birthday, so I was curious if she had a preference.
Listen, when you get to this age, you just stop. You don't have birthdays.
Okay.
Kennard's the senior member, but I'm the senior age person here.
So are we discussing moving it to the 29th, or?
I just wanted to bring it up. Are we all comfortable with two of us being gone? That's
I wouldn't do that. I just moved to the 29th.
yeah, but we took it off the agenda is the problem.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pardon?
you did?
You took it off the agenda.
Yeah, we took it off the agenda, so.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Well, what is this 01 then?
You can certainly reconsider. You're still in the same meeting.
Yeah, it was pulled on the first page.
Why don't we make a motion to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider your adoption of the agenda to remove that.
Does it have to be a motion to reconsider and then a second one?
Unfortunately, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You guys just did it. You did it so good.
Do you have
I don't like missing meetings.
So
but-
I'll make the motion to reconsider the
The
agenda.
approval of the agenda.
And the approval of agenda.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, do you, what?
That was quick. My question for you was, is it, because I know that they moved the after 5, so did you just need to get out of there to get where you're going, or that date is actually?
No,
the
it's all
training?
day Thursday and Friday. Training is always all day Thursday and Friday, and the only reason we got caught in this, they do that because there's never commissioner meetings on a Thursday.
Of course.
Yep.
Okay,
So that's why.
that's fine.
And
I'm fine either
I'm
way.
caught, I always prioritize county over everything because that's my job, but now this is two different things because it's a lot of money to pay for commissioner training, and this is our last series of classes. So anyway,
Did we take
so
a
we have
vote?
a
So now we
motion
need
by
to-
Commissioner Schleba, a second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, new motion, please, for the agenda.
A
Reinstating 01.
Motion to reinstate 01 on the agenda.
Is that satisfactory?
What would,
You have to do a motion to approve the agenda, adding additional item E8,
E38.
E36, G2, and pulling items B11 and E35.
Okay,
Oh,
so,
very good, second.
all right, so motion. Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right,
Motion to approve 01, moving the Thursday, October 24th meeting to Tuesday, October 29th. Happy
Second.
birthday to me.
Second.
we'll bring you cupcakes.
We want cake.
Motion by
Listen.
Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner
It's
Schleba.
got to be really dark.
Is there any
dark
public comment on
chocolate,
this
only
item?
chocolate, no moosey stuff.
Any other board discussion other than what kind of icing you like? Okay.
Chocolate.
Want to make sure
Commissioner?
because on where we marked out, it says move it or cancel it, so we're talking about moving it.
Moving it. We just went through a 5-week break and we don't want to do that again. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 02, I assume you want to keep me as the representative, but they're asking for an alternate member. Would any of you like to serve as the alternate on when I cannot make 4CF? It's rare that I miss a meeting and they're every other month. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. I make a motion that we appoint me as the member and Commissioner Finnegan as the alternate.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on this item? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Attorney,
I think I've said enough today.
I'm sure Commissioner Kennard would agree. And open to the public. Would anyone like to speak? And
Except for the man who clicks his pen.
Oh, my word.
Oh,
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you
Rudemiller.
for stopping that. I thought, I was like twitching when you were clicking.
And y'all know that there's a speaker in the back, so I'm going to take a little break, and you guys, but I can hear you. I can hear you.
Just sit down for 1 second.
Did he just tell me to sit down? Go right ahead.
My name's Bob Rudemiller, Florida City, representing Too Far Water and Natural Resources Foundation. The first thing I want to point out is that I did find a way that if you want your county attorney to come over and talk to you, just go like this. It works. Anybody
It was
that wants to,
distracting when you were speaking. You
Steve,
probably
you want your
couldn't
county attorney over in your office, just go like this. She'll come. Sorry. The second thing I want to say is that this has been a really refreshing meeting because you all had a wonderful conversation among yourself. And I think it was delightful watching this meeting, toward the end of this meeting, because it's the one way that you can counteract the sunshine law, which I'd really, for lack of a better word, despise. I know there's other people who kind of like it, but we won't go there. But I do think this was a very good meeting. Now I want to bring up something that's a little bit hard, but Holly, you're excused now, okay? If you want.
Well, now you guys. I'll walk out on Steve. Again, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I really did like the Deputy Eric as presentation about the tree canopy. I think it's wonderful. And part of the Too Far Foundation's word, or the actual name of our organization is Water and Natural Resources, and the tree canopy is a natural resource. Unfortunately, we haven't been protecting as adequately as we could our tree canopy in Citrus County. As a matter of fact, if you remember the very first slide that Eric put up, the exact wording on that slide, the notes was, code enforcement takes cases. And the wording is extremely important, takes cases. Well, what does he mean by that? Well, someone or some entity has to report it. The code enforcement doesn't go out and see a problem and enforce it. That's not the way it works. This has been a big problem, and we're kind of handcuffed that a private citizen has to make a report before any case is started and they go out and investigate it. Therein lies the problem, because the vast majority of our citizens are extremely reluctant to report anything, mainly because of potential retribution in many forms. So a lot of these cases that are really need to be addressed, nothing's done. There's no way of making any type of putting a fine in place because it's not reported. I've witnessed two major things that happened in Floral City alone. And one of them is that at least almost 20 acres of beautiful tree canopy, grandfather oaks were destroyed because the land was rated, allowed to be, I'm missing the word, but anyway, it was listed as agricultural land, and they have special provisions for clearing land. And it was cleared on the basis that it was going to be cattle farming, or there's big signs up, future cattle farm. And lo and behold, about a year later, all of a sudden, there was an application for a totally different application. The sign came down, and today it is barren land. A second thing happened just this last 6 months, a beautiful grandfather oak along 41 in Floral City. I saw it cut down about breast high. I was driving by and I was wondering, well, whose property is that? And then the next thing is they're cutting it down in a stump grinder. Beautiful grandfather oak, gone. Again, people were reluctant to report it because of retribution. Now that area has been filled with limestone, ugly limestone. There used to be grass there, and there's cars parked there. Again, as a citizen, people are reluctant to say anything because they're afraid of retribution. This might be an unlicensed business that all of a sudden pops up. I get 5 minutes. I get 5 minutes. That was 5 minutes. That was 5 minutes? Okay, you can tell Holly she can come back in again, please.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. Thank you very much for your comments on the water. We're very knowledgeable and understandable, and I like that. I appreciate it very much. It helps me to understand a little bit more. With the issue on the 1 acre, what I was referring to, so that you can relook at it at a possible, is the fact that I was referring strictly to keeping 1 acre in the Central Ridge area. More problematically, reason for it is the amount of traffic that's going to be coming there because of our new mall, and it's also, which you have talked about previously, utilizing it as a evacuation route. So by keeping the density of people living there and the vehicles that they carry, that would help a lot. The other thing I would like to I'm not sure if it's an answer I would get from Chief Stevens or from the board, but when E9 came up, it struck something in my head from my wife that wanted to know what is with the EMS buildings that are on the trail there. Do they belong to us? Do they belong to the EMS? And what is their status? Thank you. Oh, and the last thing is, you talked about the sports complex. Do you know that Mike Hampton was going to put one in for free, and we only had to maintain it going back years ago?
That wasn't this board, people.
No, I know that.
Once again, Mark Sveska from, I live on North Wagon Point in Pine Ridge, representing the 11,000 members of our community. Asking for 5 minutes. It's already there. Thank you. Shouldn't take that long. I was really encouraged by the commissioner's comments that they're willing to bring up the District 3 funding, resurfacing funding with the staff. We do have a request that at an appropriate point that we'd be included in some of those discussions. I see a future with a lot of potential friction with optics, with perception, with reality, and I'll just highlight a couple of items based on some of the discussion that occurred. If we're taking money from resurfacing in the budget, listed as resurfacing, and not spending it on resurfacing, how does that happen? Public perception, common, plain English, common understanding of things. If FDR is included in that makes that discussion go away. If District 3 has 30.2% of the roads, then why doesn't it get 30.2% of the resurfacing budget? How does that happen? District 3 has the most roads in Citrus County. It also has the worst roads in Citrus County, not by a little bit, but by a lot, in diverting money from District 3 to other districts. Why does that happen? Specific to Pine Ridge, the original estimate that we had for the amount of roads that were going to be resurfaced in Pine Ridge was about 4.5 miles. It has now been downgraded to 2.6. And I actually have to amend something I said at the last meeting where I talked a lot about zeros. Now that paving is going on in Pine Ridge, we are still sensitive to the fact of resurfacing in Pine Ridge because over the last 20 years, 2 out of every 3 years, we've had 0 roads resurfaced. For 20 years, 2 out of every 3 years. And when we had roads resurfaced, it was peanuts. And so we've just seen 4.5 miles become 2.6 miles. If we're engaged in those discussions with the staff, I think it's important because we will have had our opportunity to have our say and we'll have an understanding that might mitigate some of that. Hopefully, we'll come to some agreements. We may not agree on everything, but at least we'll walk away with that opportunity to have our say and then understand what the ultimate decision was. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel.
Okay. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
good.
and we
It
need a
says-
break.
says 5:01, so, you know. Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. All right. Earlier I was talking to you. We've got people that work for the building department.
You're not
You wanna move
talking
your mic?
into the
Oh, they're
mic.
wonderful people.
You can actually move
How-
the mic too.
However, sometimes the county has to look at where the person wants to build and say, by the way, did you check with? Okay, I have a gentleman who owns 6 lots. And he went to the county and he now has permits to build outside accessory buildings, and they're on individual lots. They're not unity lots with his. They don't have houses on them. And he now has a permit for a 30 by 30, a 20 by 40, a 20 by 20. And on top of that, he's gonna be housing his tree service business machine in there because he runs a business out of his house and property. That's commercial property that he's turning it to in a platted area of single-family homes. That's taxpayer money that he's taken away from us as a county because it is a commercial business. And he's been running out of his house since 2018, and I tried to get people to listen to me back in 2018. All right, that's 6 years of lost revenue. And that's only one person. Now, I have to do what you say, which is take my thing to the county. So yeah, I put it in grievance. How many people are like me that don't put in the grievances and see stuff happening? That's the biggest problem he was talking about a few minutes ago. People are afraid to open their mouths because, well, it's my neighbor. They live around the corner. There's going to be retaliation. My husband says to me, you know, he could come after you because he knows who you are and he knows where you live. And I said, that's okay. I have insurance. But the thing is, that's the problem. The county doesn't send the people out there until somebody calls. A citizen calls. And then the citizen has to, according to the state law, give their name. And I understand and I follow the rule. Okay, name, address, phone number, you know, so I can report it. But there are things that are going on in this county that are really, you know, need more addressing than parks. Now, we have lots of park property in Citrus Springs, undeveloped. Why aren't we using impact money for the parks in Citrus Springs to develop the parks that the land is already there instead of going out and buying some more? You know, there are things that need to be addressed. And yes, we have the most roads. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
I'll address the issue of anonymous code complaints. I agree that that is a serious problem. The committee that I sit on with Florida Association of Counties every single year has put that forward as a legislative priority to get that changed. Unfortunately, the state has not changed it yet. So to your point, Mr. Rudemiller. Would anyone else like to comment?
Sure.
Oh.
I think you had more, you didn't close everything to the public, I could really give somebody else.
Oh.
Pop up, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Open to, you're right. It's been a long day. Open to the public, I do need to, yes.
I'm Charlie Bradway from 18 Begonias Court, Homosassa. I've got two items tonight. First of all, the roadway on West Homosassa Trail between Lantana and MacArthur. Did we actually pay for that? The road is...
You get 3 minutes. Say everything you want to say, and then we'll reply. It's not a back and forth.
Okay, the road is, I mean, it's very rough. You almost want to put a helmet on to drive over it. It's not really a roadway. I'm sure that Diana drives it every day, pretty much. Secondly, I want to talk about the new water meters. So they installed a new meter at my house. My bill went up $90. I've never paid more than $56 in 4 years. So I didn't really poll, I just put out a little thing on our neighbor site, social media, and the number of responses is amazing. Everybody's having the same issue. And just to give you a few, when I said mine went up $90, I get a mine too, mine's that way too. After the new water meter was installed, our water bill doubled. Our water bill was $40 higher than the month before. I was away for 2 weeks with no sprinklers on. Something's not right. Water bill became very high since they put those new meters in. Our water bill increased $100. My water bill has gone up. Our water bill has gone up since they changed our meter. And I've had people verbally indicate to me that they've experienced anywhere from $30 to $100 a month. So Diana knows because I've talked with her. But I think this is a fair representation of probably most of the customers in the county that have gotten new meters. And through communicating with Diana and Bernadine Flood Nichols over at the Water Resource Department, I've been told that the new meters are more accurate. Well, I can't argue against that because I have no proof. And I think the proof that the county has or the utility has is that they're receiving more revenue. And I would suggest that if they put in 6,035 meters, new meters, then now they can monitor digitally. So if just 10% of those are reflecting increases like this, that's a huge increase in revenue. It could be $50,000 a month. It could be $500,000 a year. That's at just 10%. So what if it goes higher than that? It could be a large amount of money. So my question is, can the utility be audited to see what the increase in revenues is and what they'll do with those revenues in the future? Would it mean consideration for a rate decrease? Some improvement to the system that's not there now. So I'll leave that with you.
Thank you, sir. Do you want to take that?
Sure.
Mike, yep.
Thank you. Hi. That road is atrocious, and I get weekly updates on that portion of Homosassa Trail. I call it the, or if I text my husband on the phone, where are you? Oh, I'm going through the two-hand part of the road. I know exactly where he is. It's like, you need two hands. It's awful. That was not the county that did that. That was a company that was contracted by that RV park. The county is not going to be giving any more permits, and they have been checking on the progress of that, and that section of road obviously has failed. I probably don't need to tell you that. So the RV people that want to develop there has terminated the person that laid out that asphalt and has hired someone new, and it's paved right, and the county works with them a lot. So they're going to take that all up and redo it all and fix it to county standards. So I know I probably call Walt's, I don't think in here, but like, I'm chomping at the bit every week for where's the update? Where are we? What are they doing? Have you talked to them again? Because that's probably the number one communication I'm getting from people in our district. The number two is, but the number one in Sugar Mill Woods is the water meters. So there was a handful of you, and each one of you, and you also, how I put you with the Water Resources Department, when they did that investigative report, like, okay, let's dig into this and really see when the usage was, what I'm getting from Mr. Cheek, and he is here, and I'm sure he can talk to you outside, is that the old meters just weren't capturing everything. So you could have been irrigating and they just didn't capture that. I don't know if there is a way for us to, like you said, to evaluate the effectiveness. I mean, they're running these extensive reports, which showed me when they were talking to other people, well, this is high, this is what you're doing here, were you watering here? Yes, like everything lined up. So that led me to believe that what Water Resources is saying is accurate, because every person they sit down with and do this forensic analysis of their bill, they're seeing yes, and it just wasn't captured before. I'm here to help you if that's still not the right answer. Mr. Cheek is sitting a couple of rows behind you. If you turn around, he's waving to you. I'm sure that he would be able to talk to you more in depth, but other people, it seemed to, like they understood, or maybe it was an overlap when they switched with the bill. So I don't know if it would go down the next month, but I'm here for you. And so is Mr. Cheek. We'll keep getting to the bottom of it. Since I have the floor, Mr. Schwartz was asking about the EMS buildings. Also a Mr. Cheek thing, or not, yeah, the old ones, also a Mr. Cheek thing. He going in January? Maybe? They're going to be, Water Resources will be occupying those in the near future. So that's where those buildings are. But hopefully I've answered questions. If not, reach out to me directly and I'll still be willing to help you. What was the other thing? The revenue for Water Resources? I'm not prepared to answer that for you right now, and I don't know. Oh, somebody is prepared to answer that. Is that?
Yeah.
Please do so, Mr. Cheek. You can answer that. Do you want to come up and answer that?
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, look, we need to, if you guys could talk outside, that would be great. We're running a little behind.
I mean, I would
So-
probably want the answer then also, Ken, since I've been cut off
But
again.
Well, here's what I was going to suggest, okay? If, while Cheryl reads the upcoming meetings and everything, I'll stay here to recess, and the four of you can start taking your break now, so we can have a shorter break, and you could go and talk with them. Is that good?
Sure. Whatever works for you, Madam Chair.
All right. How long of a break do we want before you all disappear?
Just let me get time enough to go get a soda, I'll be fine.
Okay, 20 minutes. Is that good? All right.
I thought we weren't reading those anymore.
Yeah.
What's that?
I thought we weren't reading the upcoming meetings anymore.
It's on my script, and I thought we do. We have to read those.
By the time we've discussed all this, Mr. Cheek probably could have given his answer.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, what I was going to say is, we as commissioners don't call staff forward. We ask Mr. Howard if he could do it.
Point of
That's
order.
why.
I looked at Mr. Howard and because there was an answer and he nodded yes. Thank you.
I'm just stating protocol. Don't take it personally.
And protocol is that the chair does that. So, Mr. Howard, what would you like to do?
I don't know if Ken's going to have that answer now or not anyways, but go ahead and invite Ken's here. We'll just do it really quick.
Afternoon, board members. Ken Cheek, Water Resources Director. I just want to stress that the meter install was not about revenue. It was strictly about water loss, as Commissioner Finnegan said. We are probably queuing up a rate study in the next year, and that will look at our revenue. So at that time, if our revenues are up, we'll look at that and see where we're at as far as our revenues versus our needs. But there's a rate study coming probably in the next year or so. So we'll address where the revenue goes at that time. And if he wants to look, obviously we're audited every year, so how our revenue is generated and where it goes is in that audit every year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Cheryl, I will hang out here while you read the next meetings. If you guys want to depart, I'll fine. And we'll be back at 5:35. Go ahead.
Upcoming meetings, regular meeting, September 24th, 2024 at 1 PM, Citrus County Courthouse, Room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. Regular meeting, October 8th, 2024 at 1 PM, Citrus County Courthouse. Regular meeting, October 29th, 2024 at 1 PM. Upcoming workshops and special meetings, tentative budget hearing, Wednesday, September 11th, 2024 at 5:01 PM, Citrus County Courthouse, Room 100. Final budget, September 24th, 2024 at 5:01, Citrus County Courthouse, Room 100.
Thank you, and we are recessed till 5:35. Thank you. All right. I'm back in session. I'm sure she'll be here soon. All right. Carry on. Ms. Katu?
Yeah, this is actually, I'd like to, with the board's permission, consider both applications at the same time. One is a 501 and is a 505. Is it 505? Yes, way past it. This is Cardinal Farms Group, a development agreement, DA 2401, and a comprehensive plan amendment, CPA AA 2024-0004. You're being asked to transmit the comprehensive plan amendment to state agencies, so you're not actually taking any kind of adoption vote tonight. The development agreement is here, not be also being asked for adoption, but because they are tied together, it's here for presentation. So there's no ordinance preamble to read at this time. And the applicant is here and ready to go.
Okay.
I'm sorry, before the applicant gets started, is the applicant okay with hearing both of them at the same time?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. I know it's been a long day, and your agendas and packets are incredibly long, so I commend you for getting through all that information. It's been a long time for us in happening that we're here in front of you tonight. It's been 5 years, and during that time, there's been a lot of changes to the project, myths, innuendos, assumptions and things like that. So tonight we'll present what's been submitted, what's been commented on, and where it goes from there. My name is Skip Hudson. I represent Cardinal Farms Group out of Tampa, Florida. And we've got some members of our project team here tonight. We've got Daryl Johnson, legal counsel from Brooksville. Avis Marie Craig is not here tonight, but she's been serving as a project advisor on this. And we have Paul Gibbs from Community Land Design out of Ocala. All right, where's the clicker? Here it is. So this is the project location. I'm sure most of you know where it is, Cardinal Farms. We've kept the name. It was historically a farm. It's not currently an active producing farm. There is some cows on the property to maintain agricultural status and some leftover trees from a tree farm. But it's on Cardinal Street, just about halfway between Highway 19 and the new Suncoast Parkway. This slide here shows the location of the project with respect to the interchange management area. And chasing changes related to the IMA is some of the things I'll talk about and a little bit of the history of the project. But you can see that we're on the far west end of the IMA. We're not included in the EDTA areas, which are colored in blue here. That's really more of a high-density commercial right next to the interchange type land use. So we're in the CMU part of this. And Cardinal Farms is by far the largest piece of single ownership of property within the entire IMA, which allows an opportunity for this kind of development to be considered. All right, so a little bit of project history here. The first time I visited the site was in 2018, and I met with Hamid Ashtari, who was the primary owner at the time, and we talked about possibilities and moved forward and started the ownership group. In 2019, we met with the county, and we were advised to wait until a land use plan had been developed related to the new interchange in the IMA. And I want to thank staff for their patience and guidance over these years because, they've been faced with a lot of changes related to the interchange coming through a rural area, as you would expect. And they provided guidance on, we don't want to hear we should wait, but in many cases it was the right advice to wait. And, it's culminated in today's presentation. But then the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council went ahead and prepared a land use study for the county, which was the beginning step of what would land use look like around this area. And in the fall, we petitioned to be part of the interchange management area. Cardinal Farms Concept Plan version 1 was developed, and I'll go through the concept plans a little bit in a minute. We met with the county again, and we were advised to wait until the community meetings were done for the IMA work that the county was working on based on the TBRPC report. And then in that winter, we developed a second concept plan. In January of 2020, the county conducts a community meeting for the IMA land uses. That was really the first time the community had heard about growth in the area, land use growth related to the interchange project. And we're thankful for the county that they went out and presented that information to the citizens of the county, because we didn't have to. We didn't want to be the guinea pig that presented the growth stuff. And then in that summer, the county staff presented land use recommendations for the interchange management area. And then in the spring of 2021, the CMU land use category was created by the county. And based on that, we developed the third version of our concept plan. We met with the county staff again, and they advised us to wait till the county was done with the CMU related comp plan and LDC changes. And in the fall, the county moved forward with that and hired a consultant to create that CMU comp plan and LDC. Oops, a little fast on that. 2022 in the spring, the Cardinal Street interchange opens, and as you know, now there's more construction happening to the north of that phase. And we worked with a major home builder who assumed control of the project and took over the project application process. And part of that was concept plan version 4, which was officially submitted to the county as part of that application. Now we're up to 2023 in January. The major home builder exits the project, and we have assumed sole control again of project development. And then we had an interesting meeting with the county staff in the fall, where we had both come to the conclusion that we couldn't meet all of the requirements in the current codes because there were some incompatibility issues. And I'll talk a little bit more about those. But at the same time, while we were realizing this, county staff was putting in motion some changes to the comp plan. So there was a parallel path of our project development and county changes to the code. And when we presented to PDC, I had a slide with Wayne Gretzky saying, you know, skate to where the puck is. So that's what we've done. And now that county code process is wrapping up, and our project is coming in right behind it. That's in compliance with those changes. And as part of that, we agreed to a downsized Cardinal Farms project. Then in 2024, in January, we submitted version 5 that still had some commercial elements to it and mixed use. And then in April, this group here, this commission agreed to send the comp plan changes to the state, and this was that parallel track. And then in May, we submitted a downsized Cardinal Farms concept plan version 6, which is the current proposal, which is entirely residential. We've taken out apartments and commercial, mostly because we understood as part of the comp plan changes that there was concerns about compatibility. And that's why we made those changes. Then in June, the PDC hearing was held for this project, and they recommended approval to this board. In August, the BOC approved those changes to the comp plan that matched what our proposal was showing. And then that's here today for this transmittal hearing. All right, let's talk about the versions quickly, just to take you through graphically what they looked like. This was the first version that was 2 recreational lagoons, sometimes called crystal lagoons, in a high-density mixed-use resort community. The next version was similar, but instead of the 2 lagoons, they were merged into 1 lagoon. Then in May 2021, this is what was first submitted formally by the major home builder. It was still a high-density mixed-use project. And then in August 2022, actually I misspoke. This is the one that was submitted by the major home builder that was still the high-density mixed-use project. This was January of this year. We submitted this that was more of a medium density. It still had some commercial and apartments, but at a lower density than we had previously proposed. And lastly, this is the one that's under consideration today, a low to medium density residential only. So I wanted to find something that portrayed how we have reduced the project intensity over time from what was what was allowed under the old code and comp plan and what would be allowed now. So the version 1, well, let me say that in the slide that we're looking at, the performance measure here is PM peak hour traffic. So this is the amount of cars on the roadway generated by the project over time in these different versions. This is just a proxy for other impacts like water impacts, sewer impacts, things like that. But this is the information that I had that demonstrated the point here. And the first two versions, as you see, were pretty intense, 2,000 vehicles an hour to and from our high-density mixed-use project. That stayed the same in both the first two versions, and then versions 3 and 4 reduced that down to, I don't know, 1,600 vehicle trips in the peak hour in the mixed-use, high-density. And then we came up with version 5, and we still needed to meet the minimum zoning requirements of the CMU, which was 6 units per acre. But, you know, at that point, we're down less than 1,000 trips in the PM peak hour. And then finally, our current proposal, version 6, is showing just under 500 trips. So there's been about a 75% reduction in our project density and associated impacts. So some of the technical things, these are the current land use categories for the addresses shown here. We've got about approximately 148 acres on the parcel. These are the actions that Joanna presented to the group. Now, this is the recent changes to the comp plan, and this is kind of the thing we were chasing for a few years that all came together at this moment where they match up. So you can see there that, you know, what the changes were, and the minimum density originally was 6 dwelling units per acre, which would have been about 900 units. We had to build 900 units, and then at the same time, we had to be compatible. And that's one of those disconnects that we both realized that needed to be addressed. We could have gone up to 20 units per acre, and I've got another slide that shows what that means. But another provision in here, besides the minimum density requirements, was a matching requirement that for every single family home we built, we had to build one apartment. And, you know, it had to be a 50-50 blend as we moved forward. And that was another change that happened in the comp plan changes. So here's what it looks like graphically. You know, initially, we could have gone with the 20 units per acre, which is approximately, you know, 2,900 units. That would have complied with the previous code. As a minimum, at that 6 units per acre, you know, we had to do at least 859 units. Well, now with the comp plan changes, we've got more flexibility, and we're proposing 600 dwelling units. And by the way, that 600 dwelling units is about the minimum number of units we can put on this project with the new requirement that we maintain and own all the road systems. So there won't be any county cost for, you know, maintaining the roads that would be in the project. They'd be private roads. And obviously you need some more money to pay for that as you go. So here's the current proposal. You have this in your package, and at this scale, it's hard to see a lot of detail, but in summary, we've got 400 single-family detached residentials, 52 duplexes, and 148 townhomes, which come out to that 4.2 units per acre of density. We've got a variety of different size lots here along the perimeter on the south, where it's more of a rural connection to other existing housing, or lots, I should say, and land uses. In the yellow area around the south property line and the east property line, we have our biggest lots there. Those lots are 60 feet wide, and we've got almost 100 of those. So we try to, I'll talk more about buffering in a minute, but from a lot size perspective, we put those bigger lots around the uses that are existing. And you can see on the west side, there's very little development adjacent to the other property. The blue areas are drainage retention areas. So there's a lot of buffering that's happening with those on the west side. You know, we're also showing in green open space, and then we've got a landscape buffer all the way around the project, even where there's drainage retention areas. We propose going beyond the code and putting in a type C buffer, which is 25 feet wide with vegetation requirements and certain spacing. And then we're also donating property along the north side of the project for Cardinal Street future right-of-way. While it's not funded or and it has a priority in the long-range plan, according to the MPO, there isn't a vision for, 4-laning Cardinal Street. Some preliminary traffic stuff we looked at didn't show that would need to happen as just our project. There need to be other growth, so that would be quite a few years out. But we're happy to dedicate the property along the front. That would result in a total of 150 feet of available right-of-way to the county when measured from the existing north side to the proposed south side. So just to highlight a few project features, as I mentioned, the buffering, we've got that on all sides with the 25-foot type C, 20% open space, which is 28 acres of the property. We propose to retain 100% of the stormwater runoff on site, meaning there will not be any off-site discharge. And that was kind of a conservative assumption that didn't include a lot of percolation from the existing soils that are there. So we're comfortable in the size of those drainage retention areas. We've got recreation with internal sidewalks and a multi-use path, including along Cardinal Street. I mentioned the 5-acre property dedication, the buffering already, the 60-foot wide lots at the boundary. We do propose a central park for recreation in the center of that green area. That would be a private park, not maintained by the county. And the same thing with the internal roads, privately maintained. Why not? No, I'm surprised you're not all drinking them at this point in your meetings today. So no worries. Yeah. Oh, there we go. We're not going to get into the details of this. It's hard to see at this scale, but I just want to point out that we do have development standards, PDR-related requirements. So we come up with development standards for setbacks and buffering and lot sizes and things like that. And we outline the different uses here. Let me try this. There we go. So we have our bigger lots here on the perimeter, going all the way down, reducing into townhome and lots that would be 20 feet wide. All the high density stuff is up towards the highway, with the lower density in the back providing more buffering. This is just an example. We have no relationship with D.R. Horton, but this is a similar product of what a townhome would look like. So at the PDC hearing, there was some discussion topics that came up, and I just wanted to, and I know you have those records and may know this information, but I wanted to make sure it was part of the record here. We had an offer from a representative from the school board, Mr. Dixon, if we were interested in a 20-acre land swap with property he owns, the board owns in Sugar Mill Woods. And we did some research on that, and the county was helpful in telling us what would have to happen, but we'd have had to start over the whole application process again with that change, and it was just really too late for us to consider. We're happy to consider it in the future as we're moving on, but we've been working on this first round of approvals so long, we just want to put this one to bed first, one way or another. Housing types, I want to talk about two different types of housing types. One's affordable, and we're not proposing any formal grant-based affordable housing on this project, because to do that, the county would have to develop a process to monitor that as it goes and make sure the people that are in there when the properties are bought and sold, that they remain affordable. So the county doesn't have that kind of a process yet, so we are not proposing any formally. However, in terms of workforce and attainable, we are proposing a mix of residential types with entry point pricing for those that are just first-time home buyers, or maybe on a fixed income. So we are providing some variety and good entry points for that. The 20% open space definition doesn't mean that 80% of the project is going to be paved. There's, you know, the 80% is things like retention ponds and big green areas. The green area on private lots is not included as part of that calculation. Flooding, like I said, we're not concerned with that at all because we're going to totally retain the stormwater. There won't be any offsite runoff, and it'll percolate out. Environmental impacts. This is the only large-size site in the area where the trees have already been removed, and that was done for agricultural reasons. We've done a gopher tortoise study, and obviously relocation will be necessary as we proceed. We completed a wetland and a floodplain assessment, and as you can imagine, this is kind of a mountain in Florida. It's along a high sand ridge, so very minimal concerns there. We did a geotech report that confirmed the soil permeability. It's centrally located, meaning you can get to Highway 19 and the Suncoast Parkway, which would reduce vehicle miles traveled. And removing the commercial and the apartments means there won't be any high-intensity lighting or noise that would come from this project. And this is also a little challenging to see. This is the Cardinal Street improvements. So this upper, oh, this cursor is interesting. This upper part is an overview, but we have everything at our west axis on this drawing and everything at our east axis on this drawing. And basically, we'd be putting in 2 turn lanes at these access points, and they wouldn't all happen right at the same time. You know, one side would happen first, and then we'd build the other side as traffic warrants. But we put in a westbound left turn deceleration lane and also eastbound right turn deceleration lanes. For a traffic safety perspective, removing those turning vehicles from the through traffic is a big safety point of doing that kind of thing. As a bonus, we'd be able to put in an eastbound left turn deceleration lane at Premier Avenue over at our east access. That's because we got a Ryden road to a 3-lane section anyway to get in a left turn lane. So why not give the other direction a left turn lane as well? So just in summary, some consistency with the comp plan. We do have the development agreement, obviously, that outlines a lot of details of what we'd be responsible and what the county would be responsible for. We meet the open space requirements when considering the drainage areas in this. The multimodal requirements would be met with the trail system and the park system and the Cardinal Street right-of-way dedication. Utility services provided by, you know, the county central services for water and sewer. All proposed land uses will comply with the CMU requirements. There'll be this mix of residential housing types that meets the needs of various people in the county and citizens. Relatively speaking, this would be a compact development. Now, having 3,000 units would have been a very compact development, and we've obviously opened it up a little bit. But from a rural residential transitioning to suburban area, it's a relatively compact development. There would be places for community engagement. It would include safe traffic and circulation systems. Project would have short block lengths, and we are proposing a more heavy-duty buffer than what's required in the code. And then, as I've discussed, the internal roads would be owned and maintained by an association or a district. That's the end of my formal presentation, but we're here to and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board?
What prompted eliminating any of the mixed use, any of the general commercial?
Well, our biggest concern that it wouldn't be viewed as compatible with what's going on, you know, commercial adjacent to agricultural. And we, you know, we watch your actions on TV, right? So we saw the way things were flowing on other projects, and we just didn't think that that was a hurdle that we were going to want to tackle at this time.
All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Schleybob.
I do want to say that I find it interesting. You've had to deal with 3 separate boards since you started this, and I'm sure that hasn't been easy. And I'm had hoped that we would have, and I think we have. You're probably besties now with Joanna, but I was hoping that as a community, as a county, that we could be more welcoming and friendly to proper development. And seeing how you have progressed to accommodate what we are looking for is impressive. And I do appreciate all that work. And I just wanted to say that, because this isn't, you're not just, you've invested into this over 6 years. And as a business person, that's grueling. So I just wanted to say that I do appreciate the work and what you've done. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anyone else? I echo what Commissioner Schleybaugh said. I may have other thoughts to share that may not be so nice later, but I absolutely agree with what she said. Working with this many boards over this many years, with we've had complete change in staff at the top since you began. It's rough, so appreciate the patience and trying to work with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Ms. Katu?
Madam Chair, I don't
Yes.
know, he has other folks here. Is that the totality of their
Oh,
presentation?
I'm sorry. Thank you for
Yes,
keeping me on
yes.
track.
Yes, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Did you have, I didn't hear much about the development agreement. Did you want to say anything more about that, or?
There's not much to say. As far as I know, we're on the same page with planning staff, and there's been revisions to this document that we've all been involved in. When the major home builder was involved, it was splitting the project into 2, a commercial piece and a residential piece, and that wording was in the original development agreement, but that's all been taken out now as single developer and single property. So there's no major disagreements or issues related to the development agreement that we're concerned about at this point.
I just wanted to make sure, since we're handling both of them at the same time, that he had
Thank
time
you.
to say whatever he wanted to say about that.
No, I'm happy to say that it appears that we're on the same page on the DA.
Thank you.
All right, my turn. He presented a lot of stuff I really needed to say, but this is a comprehensive plan amendment on 143 acres. It is also a development agreement. Now, development agreement is by statute a contract with the county that comes into play when there's some heavy infrastructure involved, as well as a land use application. And I will agree with the applicant that after many, many meetings with technical services and our office and water resources, and the county attorney's office, we are on the same page in the development agreement. That has been hashed out, and the language before you is absolutely acceptable. This is an aerial of the site on Cardinal. This is at the very far west end of the interchange management area, and you saw that in the applicant's slides. And this is the current zoning. It's agricultural on the north half approximately, and rural residential with mobile homes on the southern half. So this is the plan that he proposed, that he outlined for you. You can see there's a wide variety of lot widths, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and also some townhomes. Those are the purple. And also in this picture, you can see at the northern side, that cross-hatched kind of area, that's the area proposed for dedication for perhaps a Cardinal Street widening at some time. And the applicant touched on that at the PDC meeting. He did state that their traffic study did not indicate that Cardinal was triggered as a widening, even with their project at build-out. So this is zooming into their project just a little bit. You can see that what they have done is they have a buffer completely around the site. The yellow is the larger 60-foot lots, and those are on the borders where the higher lots are. Those surrounding lots are not in the interchange management area except up on Cardinal, so there was a concern about compatibility. The applicant is correct. Prior to us amending the comprehensive plan for Cardinal, the IMA, they did require a minimum of 6 dwelling units per acre, so quite a lot more. That was very difficult to put in here and think that they'd be compatible with this rural area. So now they're at about 4, and the higher, more intense lots are interior. There is one change in the development agreement. It's not in this before you, but I did mention in the staff report, and it's coming up later when we talk about the new statute about allowing more model homes. I did put a statement in there that they may want to take advantage of that instead of locking themselves into 40 model homes like they're asking for, and they wanted to do that. But you're not being asked to sign any kind of agreement tonight. It's just here for presentation purposes. I have nothing else to show you other than the conditions that you're used to seeing on a PUD are not in that ordinance. However, they are in the development agreement, and they're on page 1921 of your packet, and they look just like what you're used to seeing for conditions. But the development agreement also has a lot of nuts and bolts involved. The PDC did consider this on July 18th, 2024, and recommended approval with the conditions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Ms. Coutu before I open the public hearing? No? All right, would anyone like to speak for or against this matter? You get 3 minutes. Please watch the time on the clock. The yellow light will go off when you have 60 seconds left. And please state your name for the record and fill out a green card. And you could do the card after. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Corvadu. I live directly behind Cardinal Farms. It's a beautiful view. I have cattle. There's cattle on this property, Cardinal Farms. I provide the water for them cattle. I sometimes have to take care of that cattle. To change it from agricultural to a residential area, we're not sure why that has to happen, as the front half of that is already agricultural. Why was it never allowed to be mini farms? That was off of the list of things that were acceptable for that property. We're not sure why. It would have made perfect sense being as it's agricultural. I did notice that the IMA, it included Cardinal Farms, but it did not include the property on the north side of Cardinal. Why? Why is it this part but not that part? We have a lot of concerns back there. The gopher turtles, maybe about a year ago, people came out there, they marked every single hole, and the next morning, all of those holes were filled in. Yes. I can't prove it because it was done at night. And that's sad. I hardly ever see a gopher turtle on that property at this point. There were a lot of them. As far as stormwater runoff, I get to pay for that. And it's so sad because their stormwater runs into my property. I flood every time we have a heavy rain from that property. And I get to deal with my little trenches. It's not much fun. I say I do have cattle, I do have livestock, and I'm worried that when this development is made, that people won't want to deal with the cattle that are there. But I'm there first, so how will that happen? There's a lot of concerns. The roadway that we have one way in and one way out is Green Gate. Green Gate is at an incline. It's set for work, but they keep telling us it's not on the list. It's not on the list. It's a horrible way to try and get in and out, as it's right there at Cardinal Farms. I come in with a 30-foot trailer for hay and feed. Sometimes I come in with a semi. It's a trick to get in and out of there. And it's not just peak hours, because I'm retired. I don't have to do peak hours. So I'm just saying things have to be looked at. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Cooper, and my property, the backside of my property, butts up to Cardinal Farms. I live right next door to Sue, and we have a lot of concerns on a buffer. What kind of buffer is going to be going in between us and the new development? You know, I don't want to have to go out my back door and look at all these houses. You know, it's the nature coast. That's what we moved here for. And now we're losing that. I like to be able to look and watch the sunset, watch the sunrise. And now I'm going to be looking at homes. And it's really sad. And I mean, once this gets going, stop and think about all that traffic on Cardinal. Go down to 19 in Cardinal. Now, we're not even in season yet. And it's going to get a lot worse. You know, what's going to happen to that intersection down there? The infrastructure just can't handle it. As a new resident to Citrus County, try to get into a doctor's office. You're so far out just to try to get into a doctor that it's pretty sad. You know, please, you know, we've got to do something. You know, and just like with the turtles, you know, it's sad. I've got turtles that are on my property. I mow around them. They have names, you know, and it's just, I love nature. And you need to consider, you know, everything. You know, our lives are going to be affected by everything that's going to go on, all the dirt flying around, all the equipment out there, you know, all the workers out there, you know. I mean, I know how it is. I came from Cape Coral. I've seen what happens. And I want to thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I did go to the PDC meeting, and I did talk about what I didn't like about it. Okay, they didn't say how long the build-out's gonna be, how many years. And when it comes to parking, it shows those townhouses, they don't have grass in front of them, they've got cement. You've got one for the single garage and one for the other car. They actually realize that in order to be affordable houses for the people, you're gonna have to have two people working, which means two vehicles, which means 1,200 cars getting out onto Cardinal. And we talked about at the meeting, you know, when you gotta make that left-hand turn to head down to 19. Gonna be backed up. Yeah, they're gonna maintain the road, but for how long? And what board is gonna accept those roads? You know, right now, the board isn't accepting roads, but that doesn't mean that 10 years from now, the board won't say, you know, well, they're up to standard, we'll accept those roads. How are the school buses gonna get in and out? There were different questions I had. Yeah, they're talking about 148 townhouses. So you divide that by 6 because there's approximately 6 units to a townhouse. Okay, the initial was they were gonna have some commercial. And when I thought when you were talking about commercial, making this an IMA, you meant like a little restaurant for the people to go to, or a hair salon to go to, or a small grocery store so that they wouldn't have to go down to Walmart or down to 19 or go the other direction up 491. If they're gonna have any children whatsoever, the educational complex, which is almost, at capacity, we're gonna be looking at a school, or 2, or 3, an elementary, a middle, and a high school. So when I looked at this, I thought, it's not a bad idea. Then this past weekend, I was down in Fort Lauderdale, and they had beautiful buffers. They have a cement wall that's about 6 feet, 7 feet high, and it's painted with design on it. And then they had vegetation on the street side. So you saw trees and stuff. If they're willing to make like really nice buffers, it might not be so bad for the ladies that are next to them or looking out, because they would not have to see the houses. They would see this nice buffer. We're the people in charge. You know, they're developing, but you're the people in charge of how is this going to look? How do we want it to look as a county? Okay, who are the people that are going to be living there? Are they all going to be people from Tampa?
Would anyone else like to speak? Going once, going twice. Close the public hearing. Board?
I'll go ahead and chime in. I'll tell you, I don't like it. This does not appear to be, it does not feel like organic growth of a residential area. It feels like we're putting something totally unique in terms of residential right in the middle of rural residential and agriculture. And it just does not feel like very smart growth. Smart growth should involve short vehicle trips or pedestrian trips or bicycle trips, things like that. And it does not appear to me that any of that will be an option for any of the people living in those homes. I don't like it.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I can't remember if you asked for if they had any rebuttal to the public input.
I did not. Would you like to rebut?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. There's a few things I'd like to address here. Some of the things were directed to the county that I can't respond to. The accusation that we filled in the gopher tortoise holes, that's the first I've heard of that. There's no way anybody on the ownership group was involved in that. It would be impossible to relocate those gopher tortoises in one night. That was what would have to happen for those holes to be filled in and for them all to be not there. If someone just filled in the holes, the gopher tortoise would just dig them out again. So
Sometimes. They don't always dig out, but sometimes, yes.
all I can say is we were not responsible for filling in any gopher tortoise holes. We understand the environmental implications of that, and that's something we would never do, and it wasn't done by us if it was done at all. In terms of off-site properties, adjacent properties flooding right now, our project will solve that. Our project will take all the stormwater internal to our project and keep it there. Traffic, you hear traffic on every project, rebuttals and objections. I'm a traffic engineer by training, so I've been doing this for 40 years. One of my first projects was working on State Highway through Floral City. So I'm familiar with Citrus County going way back. But we were not required to do a traffic study at this point in the approval process. We've done a traffic study methodology, but based on that methodology, which was approved, I've taken a preliminary look at some of the traffic impacts, and we're looking at intersections all the way from Highway 19 to the 2 ramp intersections at Suncoast Parkway, and I did not identify any problems. If during the actual traffic study, and this says so in the DA, if the traffic study identifies problems or needs for mitigation, the project would be responsible for those. In terms of trip generation, there's a specific way to calculate project trips. And I showed a slide that said this project in total would generate around 500 trips in the PM peak hour. You can't take the number of units and just multiply it and comes up with a number of vehicles related to parking spaces. It doesn't work that way. So just to clarify, the traffic volume coming from this project in the PM peak hour would be, about 500 trips, and that's split between the 2 access points with the mitigation that I'm talking about, the turn lanes. That's the only responses I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So to address the gopher tortoise issue, that is a pretty serious allegation, and I would sincerely doubt that y'all would do that, but just as a public service announcement, I have direct contact with, because I have experience with this in another neighborhood in Citrus County where builders were doing that and they got arrested. So please let me know. And I will always, I'm looking at the folks behind, if you ever see anything like that, you let me know and I'll get FWC involved. I believe, I agree with Commissioner Kennard that I think this is probably a good project, but it's in the wrong spot. And this pains me deeply to say this because I looked at the history and what y'all have been through, Mr. Ashtari, is just unbelievable trying to do this. I make it a point in my decisions with growth management is to always try to work with quality developers that have the best interest of the county at heart. One of them is sitting in this room that has been proven through his family over decades to always do that. And so I think that you're probably that kind of developer, but this is like a redheaded stepchild for me because they forced that interchange on us, and we've been trying to make sense of it ever since. Personally, my last 3 properties were horse farms. I know I look fancy up here, but you should see me muddy out with horses, okay? I have that very strong gene. I'm very protective of agricultural lands, and to my mind, that should probably be a central barn, like almost a miniature Pine Ridge Estates, because of us old people, a lot of times don't want to each own a tractor and don't want to do all that investment and don't want to have to do all that work. So I think there's a great opportunity to do something else there that's really fits the area a lot more, and the developer could still make money, and you're still going to see houses, but unless you buy that property, you're going to see houses. But if it's houses with horses, that's a little bit different, theoretically. So that's my personal opinion on it. I'm not going to support this for those reasons. So,
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
I am surprised, but pleasantly surprised about what I've heard so far. Because yes, I had mentioned the IMA, and I actually questioned why this piece of property was kind of added out there with agricultural lands, and I heard it was added after some of that IMA part. And then I did hear from this board, from this side, that we don't want to rape and pillage our agricultural lands. So, what are we doing as a community? Commissioner Kennard actually said it best. It's not smart growth. There's nothing else there. It's just all this rural, very agricultural lands, and we're just trying to plop high-density housing in there, and nothing's ready for that, nothing at all. And being a newer commissioner, I didn't realize I don't know how long you've been working on this, and I can appreciate that. But as my colleague said, possibly a good development, just completely in the wrong place. So I'm not going to be for this either, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, the term I wanted to use too is primary service area. We really need to drive, smart growth is going to be driven to the primary service area, which is a lot closer to where we're sitting, or not here. I was thinking we're Lecanto Government Building. You look like you have something to say.
Yeah, I have a problem. I feel like we say we want to be welcoming and have economic development target areas, and we put this piece of land in an IMA, and now we don't like it. I think that's wrong. And I think that why would we put developers through that? And I understand you have a piece of property and you want to just enjoy the sunsets, but if you've got a lot of vacant land in front of you, unfortunately, if you don't buy that land, developers are going to come in and build. You've seen it in Cape Coral. I saw it in Sarasota. I mean, I have a real problem with what is being said. Like, explain that to me. This is 6 years. Why did we put it in the IMA then?
Commissioner Bass, do you want to weigh in?
I understand both sides. I just, at this point in time, I feel like the application is a little premature and that we need to create and implement our land development regulations and, then after that, we can adopt our comprehensive plan for the changes to the IMA. But at this point, I feel like the application is premature.
Commissioner Kennard?
Just to respond to Commissioner Slaybaugh's question about why it's in the IMA, it's a 135-acre piece. It's the right development, the right plan there will work beautifully with the IMA. This isn't it. For me, this is not it. There's zero commercial there. This is not an organic expansion of a neighboring community similar to this. This is a version 6 of developing this property and sticking it right there in the middle of agriculture and low-density residential stuff. I still think that piece of property belongs in that IMA, but this plan for that property is not something I can support.
So you think that there needs to be commercial development at somewhere on this property?
I'm not going to redesign it for them from the dais. Smart growth involves short transit, pedestrian traffic, bicycle traffic, stuff like that. This is not smart growth.
And I understand that, and I haven't made my decision either way. I'm just saying it's frustrating to see developers dedicate 6 years, time and money, and then we say, listen, this is an economic development target area, but, and we put it in the IMA, and somewhere there's a disconnect. And even to say that it's premature, I don't know how much more time staff needs to invest into this, developer. They've been paying attention to our decisions. And I don't know. I'm a Floridian. I don't like development as much as people think, but I also think as a business person, how difficult are we going to make it for people?
Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we deny transmittal of this application. Do I need to read off the application?
The application number? No, sir.
But there's two, so.
Yes, remember we had both the transmittal and the development agreement. So if you wanted to put those both in the same motion.
All right, I would make a motion that we deny transmittal of CPA AA 2024-00004, and we deny the application DA-2024-00001.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. My sincere apologies. Hopefully we can figure this out going forward. All right. U3.
Commissioners, this is application CPA AAPUD-2024-00010. And at the conclusion of this application, you're going to consider two ordinances. The first ordinance is the Atlas Amendment, which is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 146.5 acres from the low-density residential district with mobile homes allowed and the medium-density residential district with mobile homes allowed to medium-density residential district and the general commercial district to the medium-density residential district and the general commercial district, both with a planned unit development for mixed uses, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And secondly, the comprehensive plan amendment, which is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 14 acres from the low. Is it 14?
Oh, the only change in CPA is 14 acres, yes.
I'm sorry, I was thinking we were missing a number. I apologize. Redesignating approximately 14 acres from the low-density residential district to the medium-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe Mr. Abel is here on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. Appreciate your patience here. I won't take long, and I mean it. My name is Eric Abel. I'm Vice President of Hampton Hills LLC, the applicant. For the record, we began this process prior to closing on the purchase of property with the authorization from the seller, Mr. Coburn, or Coburn family entity. In early April of this year, though, we closed it. Hampton Hills is now the owner of the property. I'd like to give you a brief summary of the reasons why we purchased this property and are seeking this approval. One, as you may recall, during the county's widening of CR 491, we worked with the county to allow a friendly taking of about 75 acres, which were removed from our parcel C of our Terra Vista DRI. Second point, losing that acreage, we realized that we needed additional acreage to spread the development costs across the entire development. Or alternatively, we would have to scale back the planned features and improvements, which we didn't want to do because parcel C, from our expectation, is to be our most magnificent development yet. Accordingly, we looked for adjacent nearby property to develop the home sites upon and found this property. We wanted to acquire the property to recoup the number of home sites so that we could spread the costs of making these improvements on the entire parcel C and this property together and make it feasible economically so that we still have a market rate for our home sites. With the initial plan of this development right now, we're looking at, not this one, this and parcel C together, that's the way we look at it. We're looking to put in $150 million into improvements into lakes and front. It should be very nice, that's our intention. So basically, with these home sites being recouped, it allows us to invest that money and to spread the expenses across the entire development. This explains our reason for acquiring the property and the reason we're seeking to mirror the material terms of the Terra Vista DRI. So we're literally, there are no more DRIs are allowed by state. So we're trying to have this PUD with the same conditions that parcel C of Terra Vista DRI has. To us, it is part and parcel of our master development plan. Consequently, I'm here today with PDC unanimous support, requesting that this board approve this application with the conditions presented. Staff has been diligent and helpful in working with us to reach this point. I thank them properly. Certainly Joanna's a big part of that. On this point, I'd like to add the entire application is crafted to allow us to realize an amazing overall development between parcel C and this property. I'd ask that you not parse out any one material term without understanding that it can unravel with any string being pulled or cut. I'm sure you've each read the entire packet, so I won't pour through that bit by bit. However, I'm available to answer any questions you may have during consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Abel.
That's it.
Same
You're
one.
welcome.
Anything? No?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Joanna?
All right, so this is an application for adding a PUD on approximately 146 acres, and there's a very small land use change area as part of this. So this is the area, it's on the west side of 491. It is not exactly across the street from Citrus Hills. It's kind of catacorny from it, but you can see the very, very northern area there. It's labeled as parcel 32200. That is the area of the land use change. That's currently low-density residential, and they're proposing to change that to MDR. That's the 14 acres. The remainder would keep their existing future land use map designation and get the PUD underlying it. Now, I know there's a lot of weird parcels on here. This is part of the original 491 overlay idea. Some of this was going to be drainage, some of it was going to be roads. So that's why you're seeing some really funky shaped parcels there, but they have acquired all of that. And one thing I wanted to point out is one of the items, one of the parcels is actually the driveway to the post office. If you drive into the post office from 491, you are probably driving on the Coburn property. That is this area, and that is proposed as their primary access point. So these are the existing LDC designations. You can see the yellow at the top is the MDR. Now, because of that, because they do abut low density up there, they have actually put in as one of the conditions that they will not have the higher density residential in that area. A couple things to point out on this map. This is a zoom in of their map. Is right now that purple area is actually part of the 491 overlay zone. So they have an overlay in place that allows them to have a whole bunch of rights. They have the ability, because they're in the general urban tier, to have GNC, PSO, RMU, HDR, and PSI in any of the land uses without going through a comp plan change. It's nice. It's pretty good for them. So they are grabbing that purple area. They are asking for the highest density they can do there, which is about 20 units an acre. But they're also trying to keep it open for possibly commercial. So they do have some interchangeability in there. That will certainly, of course, reduce the overall numbers they can have. The remainder is MDR. They are proposing MDR uses. You can see the little squiggly lines there where they're saying the no high-density residential for 300 feet on the northern area where it abuts the low-density residential. Very nice component that the applicant has added. They've done the same thing down on the southeast corner. They have a 150 feet area where there's not going to be high density. They are proposing an emergency secondary access on Southern Street. Now, there are conditions regarding that, and our engineering division did put in some conditions here, and after talking with the applicant, may have to actually change a couple of those. Basically, Southern Street is probably going to be their access point, but the way engineering has written some of these conditions, they say that they're definitely going to be. Don't really want to say that. So I think that some of the conditions where they say Southern Street, specifically condition 12, we would change the word Southern Street to access road or secondary access road, just in case Southern Street is not the actual emergency access and it turns out to be somewhere else. They are working on that. Otherwise, the PDC did recommend approval of these conditions on June 6th by a 6-0 vote, and you have the conditions in the packet.
Thank you. Board, do you have anything for Ms. Katu before I open the public hearing? No?
Chair, I'm sorry, did you want to ask Mr. Abel if he was okay with the changes to the conditions? He may
Yes.
or may not know of those changes.
Yes, he is. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me straight. It's always rough this late. Would anyone like to speak for or against this application? Going once, going twice, close the public hearing. Guess there's not a rebuttal. Board?
Madam
I'm
Chair.
going to support it. No, go right ahead.
Motion to approve CPA-AA-PUD-2024-00010 Hampton Hills, Coburn PUD.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by
Based upon.
Commissioner Kennard.
Based upon competent and substantial evidence.
And that's what the amended conditions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And with all of the conditions, yes. And direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance. Okay. Any further board discussion?
Yeah. I'll just chime in because I jumped out there on this last application. This looks to me a lot more like infill, or get infill on a larger scale. Certainly, we're not picking out one or two lots here and there, but on a larger scale, Naturally, the Central Ridge area is a part of the county that is growing, both residentially, commercially. They've got both of those options here on this piece of property. This looks like a more complete project to me, and a project whose time is here, so I'm going to support it.
Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Abel. Good job. All right, you four.
This is
Where
also
are
an
you going?
ordinance. Yeah. It's an ordinance. Sorry, we need you.
Do we need to take a break?
So now she offers. No, I got it. I'm good now. I just got to increase it. My eyes aren't the same as they used to be. Commissioners, at the conclusion of the public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending ordinance number 2012-06, the Citrus County Land Development Code, as amended by amending section 11025, preliminary plat required, section 11030, improvements plan required, section 11035, final plat required, and section 11043, amount and type of security, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, providing for codification, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearings, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. So the county is the applicant on this particular application. This is amendment to the Land Development Code as a result of Senate Bill 812, which was signed by the governor just a little while ago. Not going to pretend I enjoy that Senate bill. It's put us in quite the spot. But what this does now to deal with that is to combine our preliminary plat and our improvement plan stages of platting into one site. So what Senate Bill 812 does is say that even though you don't have a final plat, so you've not created the lots, you have to issue up to 50% of the permits for the lots. We can't issue COs, and they can't sell them, but they can have contracts, and we have to issue the permits. So basically, we would be issuing permits for lots we have not created yet, roads we have not built yet, or someone has not built yet, roads we haven't even named yet. Definitely a problem. So that's why this is coming before you fairly quickly, because October 1st is when this goes into effect. So we would be combining the preliminary plat improvement plans. I just took the language from the LDC and squashed them together to be one project. So what will happen is when somebody wants to do this, they will have to bond the improvements before they can get those actual permits, which is what we want. So they can have up to 50% of them, but they can't sell those lots and they can't get their CO. It's not great. It puts our utilities people in a heck of a spot because they won't be in place yet, but they will be bonded. So that helps. Our property appraiser has to come up with a dummy number for each one, a dummy parcel number, because it's not platted yet. Our GIS has been working with them, and they've been cooperating, and we're all trying to find our way through this. I did put the Senate bill in the packet. It says that by 2027, we have to do 75% of the units. I did not include this in this because this is causing all sorts of problems throughout the state. I was at a planners conference last week, and this was quite the headache. I expect the legislature will address this, and this will change quite a bit. So before 2027, I'm sure I'll be bringing back something, or someone will, trying to fix this. But right now, we've got to put this in place by October 1st, and that's what this does. The only changes from the existing language, other than squishing them together, is it does allow us to have 130% of a bond, where our code said 115%. Glad to take more of it, so 130% of the cost of improvements must be bonded. And the GIS did tell me I was using some older language in the LDC for some of the digital submissions, so some of the tech language in there has changed. The Planning and Development Commission did recommend approval of this application, and we hope you will too, so we're ready for October 1st.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Joanna, you said that in 2027 or before, you or somebody else would be bringing this forward to us. Where are you going?
I didn't want to
spotted that
imply, I didn't want to imply I'm always going to be here. That's why.
You're not allowed to
After,
leave,
after
sorry.
tonight, I'm not sure I still have a job, but yeah, that's all I was thinking of. Didn't think you'd catch
Okay.
that. That was pretty good.
So may I open the public hearing? Yes?
Open the public hearing, then I'll, after
Okay.
that.
Would anyone like to speak for or against this matter? Going once, going twice, close the public hearing. Commissioner Bays?
Well, we've talked a lot today about impact fees, and you're hearing what the legislature has put on us again. I mean, they keep ruling from the state down to the local level. And I don't think every community is a one-size-fits-all. And this, to me, I find this very disturbing because, and I'm saying this because I want this board to fully understand and be on board when our impact fee study comes back. And we need to use everything available to us to make sure that those impact fees are exactly what we need and what we want. Because this triggers, when they pull those 50 permits or 50% of this, it triggers the impact fee. And I mean, we have considerable deficits, and this could potentially really hurt us between now and the implementation of impact fees if somebody proceeds forward. So all I'm asking is you bear in mind when those impact fees come back and people start putting pressure on you, like, oh my God, those are outrageous. Well, development needs to pay for itself, and we all need to be on board. So
Yes, ma'am.
we don't really have a choice in this, but I don't like it.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, based on competent, substantial evidence, I make a motion that we approve application OA-2024-0004, A and B.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion?
I just want to ask a question that I guess I
You
feel,
bet.
I knew that we were passing this today because we have to, because of the state. Just curious, and of course, I'm going to be a law-abiding citizen and commissioner, but if we all just went a little wild and we didn't pass it, like, and we didn't implement this, what would happen?
I suspect that if a developer were to come forward and when they attempted to file their plat and they asked us if they could start their first 5 or 20 or 15, when we said no, whenever that might happen, that's when they would file a lawsuit.
That's what I figured.
And if I could add, is the preliminary, the way it's worded, the preliminary plat is what lets them do the 50%. And our preliminary plat is nothing. It's just conceptual. There's no bonding, there's no infrastructure or anything. So at the conceptual level, we'd have to issue permits, no bonding, which if we didn't pass this, that's what's a real bad.
So can we change what we consider a preliminary plat?
That's what we're doing. By combining it, we're now saying a preliminary plat is an improvement plan together. So you have the bonding, you have the infrastructure review, everything, yeah.
I see. Okay, it's a mess. I don't like it either.
Commissioner Bays?
And I feel compelled to say this. This concerns me that we are just now hearing about this. I mean, I understand, but I mean, I would have hoped that whoever represents us as our lobbyist, I know that we've got James on board, and I think this is something that he can really keep, abreast of and bring back to us. But this would have been nice that this was moving through the legislature and that and these type things. And I hope this is something as whoever represents us as our lobbyist, that they have a watchful eye on these types of things and that they bring them to us.
So we can weigh in.
Sometimes-
Anything further? Go ahead. You sure?
Yes, thank you.
Anything further, board? All those,
Wait,
yep, okay.
how long have we known we had to do this?
Since July 1.
It was signed by the governor in July, maybe?
Okay,
It's been pretty quick.
thank you.
Okay, so what I was gonna say, I don't know if this was a bill that was always the same, you know, how sometimes things get amended or tacked on. I'm not sure. I don't remember hearing about this back like when we were going to FAC and things like that. So I could look and see how I mean, I could be completely wrong. It might have been the whole time, but it wasn't on my radar. So, but I could check.
Anything else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. U5.
Sorry, I went to the bills. U5. Commissioners, this is application AA-2024-00005, and at the conclusion of this application, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and the Citrus Springs Unit 5 Master Plan by redesignating approximately 2.9 acres from the rural residential district with a planned development overlay for park use to rural residential district with a planned development overlay, single-family residential use, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here to make her presentation. Ms. Ouimet.
Good evening, everyone. I purchased do I have to say my name again?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm Chelsea Ouimet, and I purchased 2.9 acres in Citrus Springs. It's a park, which it's nothing. I mean, it's just land. And there is development going on around that area, so it'd be organic growth almost because there's water available and septic. I'm just looking to add growth and to change it from park to residential. That's all I got. I'm sorry. Is there any questions?
Board, do you have any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
You can stay closer because they might have. Good job.
All
Ms.
right.
Coutu?
Yeah, this is an Atlas amendment to change the master plan for Citrus Springs, and specifically Citrus Springs Unit 5 of Tract H, to try to change it from park use for single-family use for up to 8 residential units. The site is vacant and heavily treed. You can see it on this map. Now, I did hear someone say from the public earlier, well, these park sites, the county should turn them into parks. These are usually privately held. They're not held by the county, even though they're dedicated on the master plan. This is another one that is privately held. So I wanted you to see this simply because there's not a lot of development in this area, but there is some development. This was probably the best map I could find to tell you that. This is the most recent aerial I could find from the property appraiser from June of 2023. There are some houses going up in there. Those are usually new ones. This is a pretty undeveloped area. And this is the master plan of the area. You can see a lot of park areas. It's one of those elbows down there in the center of the property. There's also golf course to the east, and you can see a big park use there on the west side. And zooming into the elbow area, it's one of 2 of these elbows. It's the right one on the right-hand side. It's what's being proposed for houses. And this is their master plan. It is very, not that detailed, but each lot would have 100-foot frontage and be at least 1/3 of an acre. It does say 1/4, but it was changed to 1/3 because they do not have central water and central sewer there. So because of that, they will have central water, but not sewer. They can't go any higher than 4 units an acre. So they are proposing 1/3 of an acre. It actually is larger than the lots that are surrounding them. Generally, the lots in the area are anywhere from 0.23 to 0.33. These are going to be 0.33. And also, as far as width, the surrounding lots are usually about 80 feet in width, and these will be 100 feet. So the Planning and Development Commission, well, first of all, in the staff report, you do see an analysis of the park and open space in the Citrus Springs Unit 5. Currently, they have about 25.4% open space in this unit, and if this application was approved, they would have 25.1, so it's not a significant reduction. The Planning and Development Commission did hear this application, and they did recommend denial.
Sorry, I was on the wrong section.
Primed and ready to jump out of her seat.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I was just looking at the PDC report, yeah. Got it. Board, do you have any questions?
Do we open it to the public? Oh, questions?
Questions about the staff presentation? No? All right, conduct the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak for or against?
Janet Barrick from Citrus Springs. I went to the PDC for this also, and I also told them why they should refuse it, and they did. First of all, Citrus Springs has over 30,000 platted lots for single-family houses. We don't need another 10 more on a piece of land that was designated a park, okay? Second, it's on land that right now does not have water, does not have sewer, does not have electric, okay? So it doesn't have any of the amenities that you would need to put a house. I talked to different people about it. It's on the one side of 41, on the way up to Dunellen, so it's not in where all the houses are being built. But they agreed with me. We have to keep some of the land as trees, okay? Now, I'm sorry she got this, piece of property for a reasonable price, because she really did, because I looked at how much she paid, and it was really reasonable. And if she wanted to make a fortune, she could if she was able to get the 10 lots that she wants. She wants to turn into 10 house lots and then 2 little separate she still wants to leave 2 little park places, okay? But those 2 little park places are like 100 feet and 100 feet. It's not feasible. You've got, if you look at if you had Joanna bring up the sheet that had all the plats, do you see all the houses that are already platted? There's no reason to plat 10 more. We've got 30,000. We're still building out. 50 years after Citrus Springs started, we're still building out. We're only at like 22,000 at this point. So I had talked about, it's not a good fit for what she wants to do. We talk about green space, we talk about land, and if you want to do something, let the county buy the land from her and turn it into a park using some of the impact fees. If the county doesn't own it as a park, they could make it a nice little park. But it's in a place that nobody would go at this point. So that's my say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. And it looks like we don't have anyone else here or in motion. Mike, no? Close public hearing. Commissioners. You want to talk or make a motion? Yes? Whatever you want to do.
I can do both. I probably said it several times. You probably already know what's coming out of my mouth, but government, it's not our role, and we should not, when people do their due diligence and buy properties or build a house, and they know what they're getting into, unilaterally go in and change it. And to Mrs. Ouimet, I understand what the goal was, and from time to time, a board may change, but that's for the good of the public. This wouldn't be for the good of any public. It would just be good for you that purchased the lot. For that reason, I will go ahead and make a motion to deny AA 2024-00005 Ouimet to amend the Citrus Springs Master Plan.
Second.
Motion to deny by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of denial? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And we are adjourned.